San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular meeting, district meeting to order. So we'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land we call home. There are communities in the San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environment which they live. The tribal nation of the San Diego region are an example of a community that has historically faced injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay respects. You can't hear me? We acknowledge the harmony that exists. Is that better? Thank you. My voice is still not 100%, but I'm trying my best. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, and most of any county in the United States, from our cultural groups of Kumeyaay, the Yinga, the Luiseña, the Kupeña, and the Korea. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences and undoing the injustices and victims. I'm going to turn it over to our clerk for our roll call.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Supervisor Anderson. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond. Here. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Chairwoman Vargas.
Thank you. We will now turn over to the invocation and pledge. We'll have Reverend Marcus Bowman deliver the invocation. Following the invocation will be Jasmine Taylor will deliver the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the invocation and the pledge.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Marcus Lorman. I serve at Shepherd of the Valley Lutheran Church in La Mesa, California. Our practice in my community is to begin every meeting, to begin every prayer just with a moment of silence, a moment of quiet, to breathe deep, to collect ourselves as we begin. Source of all life, hope, and delight. Throughout time, you've come among us, the stewards of this land, blessing each generation with wisdom and clarity. We long for your sustaining and creative presence among this deliberative body and on behalf of its constituents. Thwart the desires of those who would do violence, stoke the fires of justice in our hearts as we seek what is good for every neighborhood and neighbor. We ask for the safekeeping of all county employees, peacekeepers, staff members, and civil servants of San Diego County this day, and for those whom we have elected as public servants. Teach us to trust one another and guide our feet into the way of goodness and peace. Amen.
Good morning. Please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
We will now proceed with proclamations. All right, good morning. The first proclamation will be given by myself and my colleague, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, honoring the San Diego County Black Chamber of Commerce. Accepting the proclamation will be Donna DeBerry, come on, Bruce Mayberry, and Latrell Croshaw. Welcome. Please join us, please. Today we are celebrating, it's an honor to be able to celebrate National Black Business Month by recognizing an organization that's been a driving force in our community for years, the San Diego County Black Chamber of Commerce. When I think about the chamber, I'm reminded of saying, a rising tide lifts all boats, and that's exactly what they've been doing for our local business community. For helping small business navigate through times of inspiring the next generation of entrepreneurs, the San Diego Black Chamber of Commerce has been there every step of the way. But not just about business, but also about building stronger, more inclusive San Diego. During the pandemic, when many businesses were struggling to keep their doors open, the Chamber stepped up in a big way and they raised an incredible amount of money, $1 million to support Black-owned businesses. That's not just impressive, it's life-changing for so many people in our community that needed it the most. But their impact goes beyond financial support. They're mentors, they're visionaries, they're working to close gaps in education and economic opportunity, creating pathways for success that will benefit generations to come. To everyone at the Chamber, I want to say thank you for your dedication. It inspires all of us. You're not just doing business, you're building a better future for our San Diego County. And so I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, and then we're going to
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to celebrate National Black Business Month, a time dedicated to recognizing and uplifting Black-owned businesses across our nation. This month is more than just a celebration. It's a powerful reminder of the resilience, creativity, and contributions of Black entrepreneurs who have shaped and continue to shape our communities and our economy. In San Diego, we're fortunate to have a thriving community of Black-owned businesses that embody excellence, innovation, and leadership. From tech startups and retail shops to restaurants and consulting firms, these businesses are not just contributing to our local economy, they are serving as pillars of inspiration for future generations of entrepreneurs. As the daughter of Black business owners, I understand firsthand the amount of dedication needed to face the challenges of owning a business. Many of our Black business owners face challenges of all kinds. The San Diego Black Chamber of Commerce is an organization that has been instrumental in supporting the growth and success of our region, and specifically our Black-owned businesses. The Chamber's commitment to advocacy, education, and networking has provided countless opportunities for entrepreneurs to connect, grow, and thrive. Through initiatives like business workshops, financial literacy programs, and mentorship opportunities, the San Diego Black Chamber of Commerce has helped to level the playing field, ensuring that Black business owners have the resources and support they need to compete and succeed in an ever-changing market. We know this is especially important post-Prop 209. But our work is far from done. National Black Business Month is also a call to every one of us to continue supporting Black-owned businesses, not just in August, but every month. Whether it's patronizing a local store, investing in a Black entrepreneur, or spreading the word about the incredible businesses in our community, we all have a role to play in building a more inclusive and equitable economy. I just want to thank the Black Chamber of Commerce for your unwavering dedication to this mission. And with that, I will turn it back over to our chairwoman.
All right, with that, we are both super excited today to be able to proclaim on this 27th day of August 2024 the San Diego County Black Chamber of Commerce Day throughout San Diego County. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas and Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp. Thank you for supporting the Black Chamber, not only today, but for a long term. And also thank you for the 35 minutes you've given me for my speech this morning. Oh, you said 3 to 5, not 35. Okay, I'll cut it down a little bit. Good morning, everyone. I don't know about you, but when I look up here, I feel good about our leadership in the county, right? Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. On behalf of the County of San Diego Black Chamber of Commerce, I am the chairman of the board, but I really want to acknowledge Donna DeBerry, our president and CEO, and her team for the amazing work that they do each and every day to make sure that the county is more inclusive, and more unified of all of its citizens. So Donna, thank you and your team and Terrell for all that you do to deserve this honor. So would you like to say something, Donna?
I think he said it all.
So for my next 34 minutes, no, thank you all. Thank you. Enjoy. Thank you.
All right, the next proclamation will be, let's see. All right, so the next proclamation is for Supervisor Joel Anderson, honoring the Jacumba Hot Springs Hotel. Accepting the proclamation will be Jess Osborne.
Good morning, everybody. While you're working your way up here, I'm going to go ahead and start because I've got a lot to say. I'm thrilled to be here today to celebrate the reopening of Jacumba Hot Spring Hotel and acknowledge the remarkable dedication of We Are Humankind, Inc. in bringing this vision to life. The turnout today is truly incredible, showcasing the immense community support behind this project. It's clear that Jacumba's residents have a deep connection to this historical site. I was honored to be present at the grand opening in the ribbon cutting, which was not only fun-filled, but it was also incredibly crowded. The overwhelming attendance is a testament to the significance of the hotel in our community's history and its future. What's especially heartwarming is hearing the stories of several of the community members. We had community member after community member who grew up there, whose parents were there, whose grandparents were there, and then we had people that came in and spoke and talked about how they used to travel out there, and that was the hot spot for the San Diegans to head out to get away from it all. They were able to witness its revival in pristine condition, a testament and respect to the care taken in the restoration. The project didn't just revive the hotel, it revitalized the entire community. Local labor was exhausted. Not a lot of people live in that community, but I think Jeff and his crew, they hired everybody who could show up for work, and I think that they kept them working for a number of years doing this renovation. But what it did is it brought the community together. It further cemented the true community effort in benefit to everyone. I want to especially thank Jeff Osborne, Melissa Strukel, and Corbin Winters for their vision and leadership in making this project a reality. Through their investment, We Are Humankind has brought a multitude of new opportunities to Jacumba while cultivating a regional appreciation for the town's rich history. For these reasons, I'm proud to present this proclamation honoring Jacumba Hot Springs Hotel, and more importantly, We Are Humankind, Inc. I'm going to read the last paragraph, and I have a cheat sheet because even with my glasses, this is awfully small printing. Be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all the members of the San Diego Board of Supervisors on this 27th day of August 2024 that they commend the Jacumba Hot Springs Hotel and We Are Humankind, Inc. for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment, and do hereby declare this day as Jacumba Hot Springs Hotel and We Are Humankind Day throughout San Diego County. So here we go. Congratulations. And would you like to have a seat in a moment? Yeah. And then
Thank you, Joel, and the Board of Supervisors for this proclamation. Me and my business partners here have been spending 4 years of everything we have, believing in a community that had been forgotten, that has been lost in time, and we believe an important asset to San Diego County and the history of San Diego, and somewhere we invite everyone here today to come visit again and come to Hot Springs. We believe that through economic development and opening up the crown jewel again, we can supply jobs to the local community again. They can drive to work around the corner. They don't have to drive down to the city. They can walk to work. We believe the county's path towards sustainability and equity from a backcountry perspective revolves around projects like ours, restoring these small villages and the places that people used to close their eyes when they drive through to a beautiful place we all like to go visit on the weekends, like a Julian or something like this. So we invite everyone here to come visit, and I just wanted to give one word to our superintendent of the high school here, Pat Keeley, who is also seeing the revival of the Mountain Empire region and looking forward to a brighter day, and thanking the County Board of Supervisors for supporting us in our efforts to seek village regulations and other ways to help us thrive in our local community. Thank you, Joel.
First of all, thank you, Jeff, for including the school district. My name is Pat Keeley. I'm the superintendent and a proud graduate of the Mountain Empire Unified School District. MUSD is the largest school district by area in our county, covering 660 square miles. It's a school district that is unique in its challenges due to the vast area that we cover, while providing educational opportunities for people aged 2 to 100. Many of our graduates find it challenging to obtain jobs in their local communities after graduation, forcing them either to make a long commute daily or to leave their mountain community altogether. Backcountry economic development focused on local job growth and sustainable housing opportunities can provide our young people the chance to live and work locally while pursuing their college and career aspirations. Business development such as Secumba Hot Springs provide opportunities for both entry-level and living wage jobs for our families, and can increase the tax base in our community, thereby increasing our bonding capacity to improve our aging facilities. Additionally, sustainable development and strategic investment in the region may encourage educators and healthcare workers to move into the area as they'll see opportunities for their families. In turn, this can reduce turnover in these areas and these key positions. Reducing that turnover in these positions has the potential to increase academic achievement and healthcare outcomes for the residents of our school district. If we focus on these outcomes, the resulting economic stability will add to the sustainability of our rural communities. So I just wanted to say thank you for your time and consideration and future support.
we're going to head over there for a quick photo. You know, I just want to say real quickly, too, if you feel overwhelmed and you need a break, there's no better place to recenter your life. When you go out there and you see the pristine beauty and you see what they've done to restore this, and you look and there's nobody for miles. It is amazing, and it really helps you to focus and recenter. So when you come back to your hustle and bustle of downtown San Diego, you'll feel better about yourself and the community that you live in. So I'd encourage you to go visit. Let's head over.
All right, the next proclamation will be provided by Supervisor Jim Desmond, honoring the Kiwanis Club of Escondido, Hidden Valley. Accepting the proclamation will be Ron Moda.
Come on up. Come on up. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Gather around. Gather around. Thanks for coming. Trying to organize this group. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. We're here to honor, it's actually my honor to recognize a very special organization that has given back to the community for over 100 years, the Kiwanis Club of Escondido, Hidden Valley. Welcome and thank you all for being here, making the drive down the 15 and whatever else we got here, and making it on time. I appreciate it. But today they're celebrating their 100th year anniversary of community service. So the Kiwanis Club was established in 1924 as a global organization of volunteers dedicated to improving the world through projects ranging from local cleanups to large-scale health drives and educational workshops, and always focusing on children. The Kiwanis Club of Escondido, Hidden Valley prioritizes service, including answering phones at the annual Radiothon for Rady's Children's Hospital, teaching children how to fish at their semi-annual children's fishing experiences at Lake Dixon in Escondido, and working with the exceptional high school, the Key Club, which is the high school section or membership of Kiwanis. The kids call them the Key Clubs. They participate with them across, not only in Escondido, but across San Diego County. So the heart of the Kiwanis Club supports organizations that enriches the community, including North County Interfaith, the Salvation Army, the local YMCA, and many other groups that provide services to the Escondido community. The County of San Diego, we are committed to recognizing organizations that unite volunteers and community members who represent the noblest ideals of public service, and the Kiwanis Club of Escondido, Hidden Valley, is one such worthy organization. So therefore, be it proclaimed by myself, Chair Nora Vargas, and all the members of the San Diego Board of Supervisors, that today, the 27th day of August, that we commend Kiwanis Club of Escondido, Hidden Valley on a century of service, helping kids thrive and build better communities in San Diego, and do hereby declare this day to be Kiwanis Club Day, Escondido, Hidden Valley Day throughout San Diego County. So congratulations. Okay. One of the things that I really do, I'm going off script here. Service clubs, the Kiwanis clubs. I'll mention the R word, Rotary clubs. All the other clubs and organizations, the Optimist clubs, and I know I'm missing a bunch of them, but they all fill a need that the government really can't always do or shouldn't always do. But they all step up and they see where the needs of the community are and the services are. So all of these service clubs are very wonderful, very great. Join one if you're not already in one, but it really helps, to help. It's fulfilling for yourself and for others to be part of these organizations. So I commend the Kiwanis Club for that. So with that, I'm going to bring up Ron Ryback. He's the president of the club, to say a few words. All right, Mr. President. Thank you. It's an honor.
Thank you. Well, thanks, everybody. My name is Ron Ryback. I'm the president of the Escondido chapter of Kiwanis. I just want to thank the supervisors for having us here, number one. We had an opportunity to attend a press release earlier today. I just want to thank you guys for what you do. And we're fortunate to have this group here, and I mean that. I'd like to just take a second here. My 35 minutes is only going to be PowerPoint. No, I'm good. So I'd like to introduce Taylor Hill, Dave Schmidt, Mike Montanari, of course our supervisor, Jim Desmond, our president-elect, Gene Sibilia. He'll be our president in October, and Mary Dillinger is here. So that's just a sprinkling of our group's about 36, 37 people, and are all volunteers in Escondido. As Supervisor Desmond said, we focus on service things for our community. It's a bunch of volunteers. The club is celebrating its 100th year. I didn't see it start, but I was close. Anyway, we do lots of service things for the community. community. It's just, it's an amazing way to give back. Most recently, we completed our second playground at Dixon Lake up there, and if you haven't been at the Dixon Lake in Escondido, it's a jewel, and the playgrounds are really something. It's fun to watch the kids play. My Kiwanis moment for me has been, though, working with the school district, Escondido Union School District, and we participate in something that's near and dear to me, and that's our reading comprehension support for the school district. You know, COVID was nasty for everybody, but you know, the kids really suffered a lot, and a lot of them didn't come out right, just behind the curve a little bit. So this year we're working with third graders in the elementary school district, and last year we did fifth graders. I'm more of a fifth grader kind of guy, but I'll see what I can do with the third graders here. But this is really an honor. I would enjoy you. I would enjoy you to consider joining a service organization. Kiwanis is one that we roll our sleeves up. We do it. We try and get it done and try and help where the need is there. But again, the focus is on kids, and I just want to thank everybody for this great recognition. Thank you.
All right, so today I have the honor of also presenting a proclamation in honor of the San Diego County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. And we're going to have Melinda Vasquez accept the proclamation on behalf. You want it? Come on. Thank you for being here. You're welcome. Just 1 second. Come over here. All right, so yesterday we marked 104 years since women were given the right to vote. Women's Equality Day. Yes, you can clap over that. It was a big deal. And while we've come a long way since 1920, I mean, you can see we have a majority female vote, right? I mean, that's another clap, I think. We worked really hard to get here. Board of Supervisors. There's still a lot of work to be done. And so today I wanted to honor the San Diego County Commission on the Status of Women for all they do to celebrate. I wanted to celebrate them and for the progress that we've made. You know, the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls truly shines. This amazing team. They're all volunteers. And they put a lot of work every day to tackle the unique challenges women face head on. They address issues like domestic violence to promoting education, career opportunities. The Commission impacts San Diego's profoundly. The tireless efforts reminds us that equality isn't just a goal, but it's a continuous journey, so that it requires dedication, perseverance, so it becomes an integral part of our fabric. And so today it is my privilege to announce that August 27th will be Commission on the Status of Women and Girls Day Appreciation Day in San Diego County. This is a recognition that is a testament to their outstanding service and commitment to creating a more equitable future for all. And so today and every day we celebrate and honor the incredible women in our society that are breaking down barriers and breaking glass ceilings to make the world a better place. So with that, to the members of the Commission, you inspire us. Thank you for your service, your passion, and your leadership. You're shaping a better tomorrow for every woman and girl in the County of San Diego. So, be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 27th day of August 2024 that they commend the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this day to be Commission on the Status of Women and Girls Appreciation Day throughout San Diego County. Felicidades.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Vargas. I can't tell you what a surprise it is to get a proclamation like this. The women that I have the honor of working with are tireless and work full-time jobs as well as have families and still make the time to be here at noon on the first Friday of every month and also participate in our committees. So really appreciate this on behalf of them. I will accept it. We have our meeting on Friday, so I can't wait to share it with the rest of the commissioners. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
Our next proclamation will be given by Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer, honoring our county librarians and library staff, and accepting the proclamation will be Miguel Acosta and Leslie Maslin.
Hello. So today we gather to celebrate and honor an exceptional group of individuals whose dedication and passion shape the heart of our community, our librarians and our library staff. I first want to thank the Director of San Diego County Libraries, Miguel Acosta, and Leslie Mesland, Sarah Nilsson, Nicola Ortega, and all of the fellow librarians and library staff for joining us this morning. Your expertise and commitment ensure that every person who walks through the library doors finds not just a place to read, but a sanctuary for learning, growth, and discovery. Through your tireless work, you create an environment where ideas flourish, stories come alive, and imaginations soar. Your ability to connect people with the resources they need, often going above and beyond, is nothing short of extraordinary. Whether it's helping a child discover the magic of reading, assisting a student with critical research, or offering a listening ear to those seeking solace in books, you make an impact on countless lives. But we all know, your work is not just about books. It's about building community, fostering intellectual growth, and empowering individuals to reach their full potential. So today, we recognize the countless hours you dedicate, the challenges that you overcome, and the joy you bring to those you serve. Your passion for knowledge and your commitment to excellence inspires all of us. So on behalf of everyone you've influenced, we extend our deepest gratitude and admiration. Thank you for your incredible work and for making our libraries not just places for books, but vibrant hubs of learning and community. So, be it proclaimed by all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, we commend our county librarians and library staff for your outstanding commitment to the County of San Diego and hereby declare the 27th day of August, 2024 to be Librarians and Library Staff Day throughout San Diego County.
Hello, good morning, everyone. The library can be many things. It's a weekly stop for new families to replenish books for young, voracious readers. It's a social hour for elders to meet new people and stay connected and active in their neighborhoods. It's a cool building with clean facilities for the unsheltered looking for respite from the high summer heat. The library is many different things to many different people, all at once. people who may not cross paths anywhere else but the library. And that's the magic of the library. It is because each person has such unique needs that our shelves are as diverse as possible to provide the titles and subjects of interest upon request. This is the nature of the library. And you'll find that staff will guide you to your next great read, free of judgment and without censorship, regardless of title or subject. And that's the library's reason for being. The recent uptrend in twisting the accessibility of titles from others is both worrisome and disturbing. It was the first waves of oppressive fascist tactics to bend the narrative by omitting history, oppressing points of view, and suppressing the voices of the marginalized to create a storyline that simply isn't true. We've seen these methods used during every dictator's rise to power, and seen it in every young adult dystopian plotline in our shelves. The book burners are never on the right side of history. This isn't new, and it won't work in San Diego County. Reading is how one is introduced to new topics, new perspectives, and fresh nuances on historical events. Everyone has the right to read or listen to the stories that they want to enjoy and learn from. It is not the right for any one person or group to block the ability to read these stories for everyone else. The library has always bridged the gaps in their community, digital gaps, interpersonal gaps, and social network gaps. The divisive language surrounding banned books is just another opportunity to build bridges. Yet today's proclamation in protecting banned books, challenged book titles, and libraries be a bridge to fresh dialogue and open minds. So take a look. It's in a book, and you'll find that book at the library.
It's lovely to be joined by my colleagues. We are an organization of more than 300 library professionals, and on their behalf, I'd like to add my thanks to Supervisor Lawson-Remer and the entire Board of Supervisors for this wonderful recognition. And lastly, I wouldn't be a proper librarian if I didn't share resources with you. So for those in chambers, or if you're streaming, all of our resources, events, locations, classes, you can find at sdcl.org. And if you, family, friends, know any adult 18 or over who does not have a library high school degree, send them over to libraryhighschool.org. We've had more than 170 graduates since we started the program, not a GED, fully accredited high school diploma, and our graduates have gone on to 2- and 4-year colleges, trade schools, and to greater success. And then finally, last resource. If you like to read ebooks or listen to audiobooks, go to your favorite app store and download Libby, L-I-B-B-Y. That's our app, totally free. Every day, here's a good factoid, every day, more than 10,000 residents in San Diego County use our app and download more than 13,000 ebooks and audiobooks. So it's all free. Check it out. Thank you.
Yay, libraries. All right. The next proclamation is also going to be provided by Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, honoring California Schools Voluntary Employees Benefit Association, NEVA. And accepting the proclamation will be Laura Josh and Robin.
Thank you all. And I first want to thank my colleague, Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp, for agreeing to join my office in recognizing California Schools VEBA for National Wellness Month. National Wellness Month is an opportunity to highlight the vital importance of self-care, stress management, and promoting healthy habits within our community. This month is dedicated to raising awareness about enhancing our overall well-being and supporting one another in adopting healthier lifestyles. We'd like to recognize the incredible efforts of the California Schools Voluntary Employees Benefit Association. VEBA has been a cornerstone in addressing rising healthcare costs for school district employees across California. Today, VEBA stands as a proud County of San Diego Live Well San Diego community partner and is the 4th largest healthcare purchaser in the state, serving over 73 employers and more than 151,000 employees and public sector workers. VEBA is dedicated to providing top quality, equitable healthcare benefits and wraparound programs that focus on self-care, stress management, and healthy eating habits. VEBA holds a core belief that healthcare benefits are only truly effective if employees can access the care they need when they need it. As we celebrate National Wellness Month, let's take a moment to appreciate these significant contributions and the ongoing commitment to our collective well-being. So may this month inspire us all to continue making mindful choices, embracing self-care, and fostering a supportive community for wellness. Here's to a month of growth, health, and well-being.
Yes. It is an honor to co-present a proclamation today to the California Schools Voluntary Employees Benefits Association, also known as VEBA, for National Wellness Month, as we have heard. I'm very proud that District 4 holds one of VEBA's main offices, and I understand that it offers comprehensive, affordable, and high-quality healthcare benefits to employees and their families across California's school districts, community colleges, and county offices of education. But its impact extends far beyond just being a benefits provider. VEBA has truly transformed the way we approach employee wellness and care in National Wellness Month and beyond. In an era where healthcare costs continue to rise, VEBA has consistently worked to offer cost-effective plans that don't compromise on the quality of care. This means that educators and staff who dedicate their lives to nurturing our children's future can access the health care they need without the burden of excessive costs. VEBA's programs are designed to address the whole person, recognizing that physical, emotional, and mental well-being are interconnected. VEBA is not just responding to healthcare needs, it's anticipating them and providing the tools necessary for long-term well-being. This level of support fosters a sense of empowerment among employees, allowing them to make the best choices for themselves and their families. Lastly, VEBA's role in fostering a sense of community cannot be overlooked. By bringing together employees from various districts and institutions under one umbrella, VEBA creates a network of support and solidarity. This collective strength cultivates a shared commitment to the well-being of all members in a profession that can be exhausting and that can lead to burnout. It's always powerful to have a network team and shared mission that supports you every step of the way. It is obvious that VEBA is much more than a benefits provider, is a partner in health, a champion of wellness, and a pillar of support for our educators and school staff. So as we continue to navigate the challenges of our times, having a trusted ally like VEBA ensures that our educators can focus on what they do best, shaping the future, knowing that their health and well-being are in good hands. And with that, I would like to present this proclamation on behalf of the Vice Chair. Can we read it together? Are you okay? All right. Just, protocol. Which reads, be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on the 27th day of August 2024 that we commend California Schools VEBA for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this month to be California Schools VEBA National Wellness Month throughout San Diego County. Congratulations. And now I'll turn it over to Viva's General Manager, Val.
Good morning. Going after the librarians is a really tough slot, so I'll try to be as excited. I'm Laura Josh, General Manager of California Schools Viva. It really is an absolute honor to be here today. I'm joined by Robin Watkins, who is our Vice President of AFT Local 1931 and our Viva Labor Co-Chair, Brian Duffy, okay, who is the Superintendent of Julian Union Elementary School District and our Management Co-Chair, Jonathan Mello, representing California Teachers Association, thumbs up, and our Labor Vice Chair, Madeline Boudouin, who's our Viva Director of Public Affairs, Evelyn Amabuku, who is our Viva Client Wellbeing and Engagement Consultant, and Hillary Utzler, who is our Viva Resource Center Manager. So on behalf of the Viva Board of Directors, we're deeply grateful for this recognition. Really, while this is Wellness Month, every day is Wellness Day at Viva. Our organization is guided by a dedicated board of directors, which really comprises an equal balance of labor and management representatives. These passionate volunteers ensure that Viva continually supports the well-being of our fellow education and public sector colleagues by providing the highest quality health care for the employees and their families at the lowest possible costs. As a nonprofit, Viva always puts the needs of the people we serve first. Our members are what really creates the backbone of supporting this great community. So it is our teachers, it's our bus drivers, our lunchroom workers, and even our county employees here. We share the same values, and we really care about our members' needs just as deeply as we care for our own. We really are more than just a healthcare benefits provider. We are a hub for health and wellness with a vibrant community of over 153,000 members from over 73 employers, including the county and school districts. At Viva, friendships are formed, connections are built, and healthy habits begin to happen, inspiring a healthier and more connected community. So thank you again for this honor. Viva is committed to continuing our mission to fostering well-being and building a healthier future for everyone throughout San Diego. Thank you.
On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, we'll now proceed with non-agenda public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action that the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. According to the board's rules of procedure, Rule 4A, public speakers that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments. Also, as a reminder, according to the board's rules, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. To better facilitate the meeting, we will have 5 speakers in person and 5 speakers by phone, and the rest of the non-agenda public comment will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. We have 32 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 16 in person and 16 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand in the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Michael Brando, Jeff Wenner, Ken King, Donald Romeo, and Susan Schroeder. If I've called your name, please come forward. You have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you please stay tuned.
Michael, let it be known for the record that Tara Lawson-Remer walked into the chambers 24 minutes after the meeting began at 9:24 a.m. And now she's looking down, ignoring the speakers at the lectern again, just as she's done in previous meetings. I don't like talking about this subject, but I need to bring it up. Zora Fahim of Los Angeles Alliance for Animals has been here a number of times, and she's talked about the horse neglect, the horse abuse on Artesian Road. Okay, over a year, there's been reports on CBS 8 about attempted gun violence and intimidation by the owners of the property there, Craig Netwig and Deborah Barkley. The young lady Truth has given multiple reports about how Craig Netwig and Deborah Barkley run racehorses for profit while there's horses being neglected. These people, researchers have learned, own over 4 properties valuing over $12 million. Del Mar, Solana Beach, Cielo in Rancho Santa Fe, and on Artesian Road. When the speakers have been here addressing this, Tara Lawson-Remer has been looking down, playing with her cell phone, not listening to people. Holly Porter left the public safety group. There's a new animal service director, Vaughn Maurice, who has a suspicious history. Andrew Strong, you've been put in this interim director of public safety group, and on July 16th, you said the horses were in good condition. Ebony Shelton, you said the same thing. There is growing suspicion about what is going on and why this is being covered up. Anyone who knows the care of horses can go out to Alpine to see that animal sanctuary. The horses there are well taken care of. They have fresh hay. All the video footage online on YouTube by private investigators has shown these horses have been neglected. They're nothing like horses neglected. It's awful. Please look into it. Thank you.
I'll remind members of the public that audience members shall not whistle, clap, or stomp feet or anything that disrupts the proceedings. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Weiner. I'm here to talk about the tiny homes on Troy Street. But first, before I get to that, I'd like to thank Nora Vargas. A sincere thank you. We asked, the last time I was here, we asked for meaningful dialogue, and you offered that to us, and you gave that to us, and we appreciate it. You listened to the community. You knew that we need to be concerned about homeless camps near children's schools and daycare centers. However, since that time, the Tiny Homes Project has moved up the street, 9,000 feet, a mere 3,500 steps. And I guess the rules now have changed. There's skepticism about the press release, but it said that there'll be case management for residents, allowing them to find housing options, social services, 24-hour on-site security, transportation. That's all great if it's truly delivered, but why are we investing in another location? Why not? And Spring Valley Coalition 2024 has offered and wants to engage in alternative discussions, solutions that will work for both your objectives, the county's objectives, as well as the communities. And we suggest Camp Barrett, which can house 118 people. It's already there. If we're offering transportation, it's available. But this project, this tiny home project, will just be another patch in what the state auditor has already called an ineffective patchwork of programs. More focus really needs to be on the effectiveness of the services that are being provided, not just throwing more homes out there that may or may not be utilized. A recent snapshot homeless report showed that the amount of cabins that we're talking about is more than the population needed. So please reconsider. Focus on the effectiveness of the services that are already there, not more tiny homes. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Kenneth King. I'm a resident business owner, and I'm here for my neighbors of Lemon Grove. We do not want the tiny home project. Allison Snow came here and told you that we did. She never asked us. Mendoza came here and said that we did. She never asked us. Our mayor called in and said that we wanted this project. She never asked us. You're going by what our city council, some of our city council, has told you, which is a complete and utter lie. And this is what they've been doing for years. We need to get rid of our city council, and we will do that. I'm concerned about this facility being put next to a brand new elementary school, across the street from a liquor store, a busy street that people speed on every single day with no sidewalks, and homes within walking distance, less than 2 feet away. For some reason, Monica, you have decided to try and bully us and take this project on and said that you weren't going to back down. We're asking you to rescind your vote, because if you don't, we'll make sure that your seat is no longer available for you. We will vote you out. We don't want you here if you don't want to listen to the people. The people of Lemon Grove, the people of Spring Valley do not want this project. And we will do everything in our power to make sure that it doesn't happen. Chula Vista's project kind of works because it's in a industrial area, not in a place where people live, not next to an elementary school or a preschool. So I ask that you guys rescind it and reconsider. Thank you.
So I'm going to just remind the public, right, that it's very important that folks are not disruptive. These have guidelines. We have very clear guidelines. Please do not be disruptive. So I'm going to ask everyone to make sure that you are doing this in an orderly fashion. We want to make sure that we give everybody an opportunity to speak. I want to make sure everybody understands there's only going to be one warning for each person, and if you're not following the guidelines, you're going to be asked to be removed. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Hello there. My name is Ronald Romeo. My colleagues and I live in San Diego County and are volunteers with United Sovereign Americans, not spokespersons. United Sovereign Americans is a nationwide organization with thousands of active volunteers in over 20 states. Thank you. The website is uniteforfreedom.com. That's unite, the number 4, freedom.com. Today, we come to you as concerned citizens sharing alarming information about our state's voter roll database. Research of the state's voter database was done through hundreds of hours of research conducted by highly qualified and credentialed data teams. An analysis of the 2022 election, researched by the highly qualified data teams, using only official data provided in California election by California election officials, indicates serious issues with compliance of federal law. We are here to present to you and the public the results of the aforementioned analysis, showing the votes cast, counted, and certified may not all be valid and accurate under the Constitution and under the law. We are not here to cast any blame or aspersions on any elected official. We do not suggest any candidate in any race have wrongly won or lost their races, nor do we advocate for the overturning or rerunning of any past election. Today, we will present to you.
Time's up. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Susan, and I'm here to read into the record the first portion of the USA resolution. Resolution for a legally valid 2024 general election. Whereas it is a recognized civil right in the United States for every citizen to have free and fair elections. It is the duty of our election officials to guarantee our elections are accurate and free from distortion or manipulation. Whereas our constitutional system of representative government only works when the following 4 tenets of an election are upheld. 1, the voter rolls must be accurate. National Voter Registration Act, 1993. 2, votes counted must be from eligible voters. U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 2. 3, the number of votes counted must equal the number of voters who voted. 4, there can be no more than 1 in 125,000 ballots in error by the voting system. Help America Vote Act, 2002. Whereas the analysis of the California 2022 general election has uncovered evidence of massive inaccuracies that appear to violate both federal and state laws, including 5,886,198 ineligible or uncertain registration violations found within the California State Voter Roll database, 2,776,939 votes cast by ineligible or uncertain registrations, 123,785 more votes counted than voters who voted, 2,776,849 apparent voting violations, in excess of the legal standard of system accuracy for a valid federal election. Maximum allowable system errors for the 2022 general election was 90. Again, California had approximately 2.8 million apparent voting violations. Thank you.
Now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or their video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
All abode. California Common Cause says remote public comment increases public participation and strengthens local democracy. It's a win-win. Taking virtual participation away will tempt more people to use the street or other in-your-face means such as the media. I know you're concerned about hate speech over the remote line, but it can happen anywhere, and the cure is simpler if remote. The mute button. It's cheaper than the $41,000 per month security. Without virtual, you'll need a new process for quickly settling disability act requests for reasonable accommodation. Providing personal transportation instead of a phone line could be expensive and lead to complaints of special treatment. You seem to want to limit our access bit by bit with your rules. The California Constitution has a statute, court rule, or other authority that will be broadly construed if it furthers people's right of access, and narrowly construed if it limits the right of access. Article 1, Section 3. Same section which says you need to comply with the Bren Act. That act, Government Code 54953, allows people far away, single moms who can't take off at 9 a.m., caretakers, or those who have other duties like work, travel, or can't get to the meeting easily. That watching or listening to a meeting that does not permit members to interactively hear, discuss, or deliberate on matters does not constitute remote participation. And that you shall not prohibit public criticism of the policies, procedures, programs.
I'll hear from the next caller.
Consuelo. First off, I wanted to state, how there are just so many who still put all their faith into the system that has done nothing but kept us continually down. It's not one specific demographic either. It is all of us who pay taxes. And guess what? They're counting on you to stop talking. They're counting on...
Consuelo, your device might be muted. We come back to that caller.
morning, Board of Supervisors and Chair Vargas. My name is Diane Grace, and in November of 2022, I joined other parents and grandparents in the in the county to support the Proposition 31 that passed to ban the sale of addictive candy-flavored e-cigarettes. At that time, I appreciated the county's preemptive ban even before this ballot measure. Big Tobacco has spent billions marketing sweet-tasting and sweet-smelling e-cigarettes and vaping devices as adventurous and as tools for relieving worries and pressures. It's worked well for Big Tobacco, not so well for kids with resulting very expensive mental and physical health problems. Many young adults say they picked up e-cigarettes as a way to deal with stress and anxiety, only to realize much later that vaping can make their mental health worse and is addictive. My concern today is that Big Tobacco has done the same thing. Research suggests that the highly concentrated THC, often sweet-smelling and tasting, found in marijuana vaping devices is also addictive. When teens try to quit, they feel anxious, stressed, or depressed again as their body experiences nicotine or marijuana withdrawal. I have followed the county's unfortunate idea to add more marijuana businesses to our beloved backcountry. This is a very miserable idea that needs to be shelved for now. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next one.
Good morning. This is Peggy Walker. As a public health educator, I want to commend the reported policy change that sends an important message. 4 years ago, the Democratic Party platform pledged to support the legalization of medical marijuana. In a major shift, however, the current Democratic platform no longer supports legalization of medical marijuana, nor makes any reference to recreational marijuana as reported in Politico. This shift indicates growing warnings from research, medical, and mental health treatment professionals are being heard. Another takeaway, elected officials no longer need to cater to outdated policies supporting the manufacture and sale of inherently addictive marijuana products, contributing to rising ER admissions, mental health issues, and youth suicide. Hopefully, it means we can better address the fact that marijuana products are poorly regulated, often contaminated, too high in potency, responsible for multiple medical and mental health issues, a child ingestion crisis, and a vape epidemic. Crisis have caused the county grand jury to call for a report regarding marijuana's impact on children, seniors, and law enforcement. Policy can and should more readily now address industry medical falsehoods. That includes the fact that tenders are not medical experts and should not be giving out, quote, medical advice. This is misleading and can be dangerous. I believe this policy shift indicates sincere, acknowledged need for better understanding of the impact of cannabis use. Thank you.
Next call.
Yes, hello. My name is Valerie, and I'm calling in. It's just funny to listen to you all speak about mental health, emotional health, women's health, children's health, environmental health. I just watched a video this week of a Palestinian man holding a child's lifeless body with the boy's skull entirely hollowed out, with just a face remaining. Also, a pregnant woman was hung on the side of her building by the IDF. Can we just say how it is? Palestinians are being hunted in their land by an army with no restraints.
and a sadistic tendency to sniper children in the head, in the spine. We've got doctors coming back saying they saw every day children and babies with gunshot wounds to the head. They have nowhere to run. We are watching them be murdered en masse by every possible means of brutal murder. What do you think allowing almost a year of this is doing to anyone with a modicum of moral conscience? This has changed us all irrevocably. And you're up there congratulating each other on emotional health and children's, and nothing you do matters if you don't act on this. Nothing you do now, nothing you do later in your life will matter if you continue to ignore this genocide that San Diego has a direct hand in with our weapons manufacturers here. The bombs used to blow these children up are made right here in San Diego. Do the right thing. Keep talking about it. I know that you've been paid off by AIPAC supporters. Sarah Lawson, Nora, you've already been your Israel.
Thank you. We'll now come back to Consuelo.
Consuelo, before my time begins, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm going to restart your time. You had 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining.
Okay. So there are so many, to piggyback off of what Valerie just mentioned, it is appalling. But what's more appalling and insane is that people still continue to put their faith in government. The people who are in charge of all of this destruction, all this reckless behavior, and it's us. It's us who pay for our own enslavement. It's we, the people, who are paying for these fucking bombs. That's what's going on. This is not even what I had to say, but that's what I just had to put out there. That is, it's disgusting. It's sad, but it is in fact our fault. It is the people who have allowed it, from the tiny homes to the Tijuana River sewage to the stupid bike lanes that are being put in when we have a chairwoman paying from our money $41,000 freaking dollars just for security because she's afraid. That's not cool. That's not even just, you know what? This is where we're at. People need to wake the freak up. Seriously. Pay attention. Get involved. Not when it just affects your freaking little community. Get involved. We see our neighbors in the Gaza Strip. We see our neighbors down South County. We see our veterans on homeless. And yet we only get involved when we're flooded out, or it's just, and then don't you see it? Don't you see the division they cause, even through the proclamations? They give this demographic and then this demographic, and then they keep you, and then these people.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes, statements, and proceedings for the regular Board of Supervisors meeting of July 16, 2024. There's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Thank you. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with the formation of the consent calendars. Item 1 to 12. Public speakers will be able to comment on the consent calendar after the supervisors pull any items they would like for discussion. I'm going to go ahead and inform everyone that we're going to be pulling item number 5, which is item regarding Proposition 36 for discussion. Anyone else requesting to speak on that item can speak when it comes for discussion, which will be right after consent. Would any of my colleagues like to pull any additional items for discussion? Supervisor Anderson.
I have a month off and I forget how to use the buttons. Thank you. I'd like to register a no vote on item 6. While I appreciate the goal, I believe school board members and our Attorney General are better suited to pursue this. Aside from that, I have nothing to pull. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Montgomery Scott.
I was going to pull item number 5, so I don't have to do that now. So I have nothing else to pull, and I will move the consent agenda, although I may have a comment on item 7.
Did you want to make a comment now? I'll make it before we vote. Okay. All right. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I have 2 items to speak on, and you pulled item 5, so we're going to get that later. Thank you. On item 6, this is the affirmative action against social media companies. We heard this item at our last meeting. I voted no on it. I believe social media is having adverse effects on our youth, but I don't think a lawsuit is the answer. Again, it's kind of the question of where does government end and parenting begin? So we should start educating our kids and parents about the harms of social media and give them the tools for success. We should spread information about how they can put on parental controls, blocking apps, and scam awareness. This lawsuit, I don't think it's not going to stop any bullying, anxiety, violence, where children experience online. I think education and parenting is the best course of action here. I do agree with the resolution that calls for warning labels on social media apps. However, I can't support the litigation. All we're going to do is buy a whole nother bunch of attorneys' Mercedes. And so it really, I don't think that's the outcome. So I'll be registering a no vote on item 6. Item 10, this is the county's grand jury report responses. I want to register a no vote on item 10 as well. I don't believe, my personal opinion, that the county responses did not answer the questions. The responses were about legalization of marijuana and the effects and the monetary effects on the county for the legalization of marijuana. The responses really talked about misuse. They didn't give any specifics to the impacts created from the legalization of cannabis. They respond to the statement that there has been impact on school-age children, but says more studies need to be done. I don't think more studies need to be done. I was underwhelmed by the responses we given, and the responses, to me, in my opinion, dodge the questions and sweeps the issues under the rug. So for that reason, I'm going to register a no vote on item 10 and item 6 as well. Thank you.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Yeah, thank you so much. So just have remarks on a couple different items. So first of all, on item 3, I just want to uplift this good news item. I think it's fantastic that this funding is coming to us, and it's great that residents who receive services will be able to experience a suppression rate of 93.8% through the local Ryan White program. Those are great statistics, and very happy to see that we're continuing to receive this funding. So thank you to the team for your work on this. Appreciate it. I just want to comment quickly on item 6. Again, we heard this previously last meeting, and at that time I was certainly disappointed that some of my colleagues did not share my sense of urgency related to the mental health impacts of social media on our youth. I know this is a top priority, so that I am certainly wanted to bring that back to the board today. We all know that social media is a tool for sharing information and entertainment, but it can also be quite harmful if not used in moderation and with age-appropriate guardrails. There's a very significant growing body of research connecting social media use to reduced well-being and rising mood disorders like depression, anxiety among young people ages 10 to 25. This is well documented. I think what makes this particularly disturbing is that it's deliberate. And that is why I brought this item today. Very similar to the opioid companies who deliberately went out and tried to increase prescriptions of opioids because they knew it was a serious, for sure, profit model. We now have a situation where our major social media companies have created algorithms and features that are deliberately and specifically and intentionally designed to capitalize on our youth's vulnerabilities and to drive engagement and with features like likes, scrolls, targeted content. In other words, these algorithms are deliberately creating these addictions despite all the documentation regarding the extremely negative mental health impacts on our young people. So they know the consequences, and they're doing it anyway because it's making them money. And as I said, this is very much like what the opioid drug manufacturers did to get people addicted to opioids in our community and across our country. And so with mental health experts warning habitual social media use is at near addiction levels, And with the industry's complete abject failure to take any voluntary actions over the last 20 years, despite significant quantities of data regarding the adverse impacts, I think we have no choice but to actually hold them accountable for deliberately and intentionally avoiding taking action, ignoring the data, ignoring what they know to be true, and creating those addictions and harmful impacts among our young people. So would like to invite all of my colleagues to join me today to support this item, which both would support the resolution for warning labels, but would take the additional step of legally intervening to begin holding these platforms accountable, along with throwing our full support behind the U.S. Surgeon General's recommendation. So that was item 6. And item 7, just very want to make sure to uplift the importance of this item. You know, I think as one of the region's largest employers, the County of San Diego, has a specific and special responsibility to be very thoughtful regarding ensuring that our wages are keeping pace with the cost of living. We are recognized as a leader in fostering an inclusive and dynamic work environment, and so we have to continue setting a high standard for employment. Over the past few years, I think we've taken enormous strides forward in committing to centering our employees and our workers' well-being, advancing equity, and we know that our workforce is what makes this county truly a special place. It's our workforce that delivers for the residents of San Diego County every single day. Just to give a little bit of background here, in 2021, the county collaborated with our employee groups to carry out a compensation study, which compared the wages of employee classifications for employees with 13 other counties across the state. And this item today builds on that methodology and that study that was conducted in 2021 to ensure that we have more robust data. I think we did a good job last time, but we have the opportunity to do an even better job this time, ensuring that we have more robust data to compare not only cost of labor, which we know will be included in the study, but also cost of living. There's significant research and data and comparators out there already, specifically from MIT, and that is what this item's about, is just ensuring that we have the robust data and comparators in this study. And my hope is that with more data, particularly relying on the cost of living methodology as developed by MIT, we will be in a more effective and stronger position to be able to make the kind of analysis and recommendations and choices that we need to do in order to really continuing to do the best that we can for our workforce and for the people of San Diego County. So again, this is a little bit of a wonky technical item, just about including different and multiple methodologies in our studies, but as you all know, I do like the wonky technical economics items. So thank you very much for indulging me on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no items to pull, so with that, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to public comment. This is a reminder for the speakers. Please keep your comments related to those items only on the consent calendar. I'll now turn it over to the clerk of the board for calling speakers forward. I can go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 24 requests to speak on items on the consent calendar, 11 in person and 13 requesting to speak by phone. Also, as a reminder, item 5 has been pulled from the consent calendar for discussion, so any members of the public that requested to speak on item 5, please hold your comments until the board discusses that item. We'll receive public comment on that item separately.
Let me go ahead and clarify something. I'm going to go. So I'm also going to clarify that I'm going to also take item number 21 at 1 p.m. At a time certain, so those folks that are going to be speaking on that item, so that they are available at that time, since I know that we're moving that item for a time certain.
Thank you. Any individuals that requested to speak on the remaining items on the consent calendar by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 speakers, Alexander Kraft, Elizabeth Dawson, and Robert Pitt. And please identify which item on the consent calendar you are speaking on. Thank you.
Thanks, sorry. I'm speaking on item 7. Hi, my name is Alexander Kraft. I'm a county employee with Behavioral Health Services. I've been with the county for about 4 years, and I'm proud to be a member of my union, SEIU 221. You know, back hundreds of years ago under feudalism, workers were called serfs, and they were considered the property of their employers. And various forms of unfree labor have continued under different names, indentured servitude and things like that, until not too long ago in this country, and it's still going on in other parts of the world. And the interesting thing about serfs, or whatever you want to call them, is the employer has to feed them and house them and clothe them, right? Or else they die and they don't have a serf anymore. So the amount that it costs a feudal lord to own a serf is literally, by definition, a living wage, at least. But under wage labor, it's different, right? You can pay an employee less than what it costs to actually live on, and they'll take it because the alternative is nothing, right? And if I won't take it, someone else will. I can just sleep on a friend's couch or in my truck, slowly starving to death, working. And when I die, you hire someone else to replace me. That's what they call the labor market. So this is important, right? When you argue against cost of living calculations, when you invoke a cost of labor, prevailing wages, the labor market, as rationalizations for why you shouldn't have to pay a genuine living wage, you're saying that you value the people who work for you less than a feudal serf. And I'm not talking generally in principle. I'm talking about my coworkers, county employees with degrees and experience and credentials, working with confidential information, performing essential functions for county operations, those people. So an argument against a living wage is saying that you think it should cost you less to employ a county worker than it would cost to own somebody that you don't pay it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, so this is officially your first warning as a group. You all understand that it's very important that we're able to make sure that everyone is able to come up here and get the same respect. And so please, can you please follow the guidelines? We have a lot of work to do today, a lot of wonderful things that we're going to be voting on that impacts our employees, and so I want to do this right. So go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is E. I'll be speaking on item number 7, cost of living. Thank you, Chairperson Vargas. Thank you, Board of Supervisors entire. It's great to be here. I am a proud SEIU 221 union member. I've been a proud eligibility worker since 2011 when I started with Marin County up in Northern California. Then I relocated to Alameda County in Oakland, California, from where I just relocated in March to San Diego County. I am still an eligibility worker, AKA Human Services Specialist with San Diego County. I am passionate about serving my community and those most in need with offering the small social safety net that we have in this country. It's an honor to do so. It's been harder and harder for me to justify, though, lately, how I took a $40,000 pay cut to go from an eligibility worker in Oakland, California, to a human services specialist here in San Diego, California. It's been harder and harder for me to justify coming out of pocket, out of any meager savings that I have to pay bills like rent, utilities, gas, food. The cost of living that I found in San Diego County is comparable and has almost even surpassed that of Oakland, California. Unfortunately, also the comparable workloads from the workload is the same as well. So there's no justification that I see there. Almost half of my new hire cohort that was hired in March has left the county, which is a shame. They wanted to stay as HSSs, but they could not survive on that wage. Please, Board of Supervisors, I hope that you join us in shoring up our contract based on cost of living. Please show county workers that you value them. In doing so, you're also showing San Diego County community as a whole that you value.
Thank you. Time is up. Next speaker, please. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Damon French, Leah Hogue, and Karina Pugh. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Madam Vargas, members of the board, good morning. My name is Robert Pitt. I am an SEIU member, and I am a proud county employee for more than 21 years with the Department of Child Support Services. All of us work and live in San Diego County. So therefore, each of us already knows the cost of living here has always been high. Sadly, in the last 2 years, it has been repeatedly proven that by local and national news agencies that our cost of living is not only high, it is in fact the highest cost of living in the entire United States. This board took steps 3 years ago to begin the much needed process of a salary review for staff level employees, hiring Coffin Associates to perform an equity study. That was proof of the intent of this board to improve the lives of San Diego County employees. That equity study took several great initial steps to achieve your goal. I've been told that a follow-up study could be used again in 2025, as there were some unfortunate shortfalls in 2022. That's excellent news to me. The key metric, however, to ensure the next labor contract fulfills the board's intention of providing all county employees a fair and livable labor contract is by allowing the cost of living adjustments to be applied during all negotiations for that contract. Adopting the cost of living into our contract isn't just fair, it's necessary to this county's well-being and to the ability of the county to maintain excellent customer service.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers. It looks like Matthew Katarian, Michael Brando, and Oliver Twist. If I called your name again, please come and line up on the arrows at the front of the chamber.
Board of Supervisors, members of the public, my name is Matthew Kitoriano. I'm a high school student at San Diego High School. I'm actually skipping school to be here. And I previously served on our school board at San Diego Unified for about 2 years. As both a young person, a well-informed citizen, and a family member, social media has real harms. And it's at a core of our daily lives. We know that it has bad outcomes from young people, but it's not just statistics. Attractiveness, the social contract, and time management, every young person, including myself, has all had a moment of a time warp where we lose 2, 3, 4 hours to social media. The solution isn't a ban. Kids are smart, and so are tech companies. A ban on social media is like DARE. It's like the war on drugs, and just say no. We saw how it failed. It didn't address root problems and traditionally marginalized communities. We cannot declare a war on social media. I served on our school board for about 2 years, and we tried our best to fight social media, but we need accountability. We need support from our county and from our courts. That requires social media companies to act responsibly, and I truly applaud the Board of Supervisors for starting this process with today's agenda. As a young person and as a son, so much pressure is put on the family to answer a short question. When do I give my kids a phone? It's a question that's ripped apart families, but that's not our fault. That damage is created because companies are no longer providing a tool just for communication, but an organism that seeks to suck attention. We also know that social media companies are savvy. They will do their best to avoid accountability, and I appreciate this legislation's laser focus on specifically the confluence of social media, kids, and psychological harm. We need to create a world where young people don't want to escape to Instagram, and we do that by showing them change is possible, that the world deserves hope. The Board of Supervisors would be doing that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. I'm going to be talking on agenda number 7. My name is Leah Hogue, and I am a county employee, 24 years with the San Diego Sheriff's Crime Lab. I've dedicated my career to serving the community. While I've enjoyed my work and found it fulfilling, the financial reality has shifted dramatically over the years. What was once a stable and rewarding job has turned into a struggle just to maintain a basic standard of living. I am single, childless, dog owner. I live in the Midway District in the Point Loma area in Ocean Beach. My 2008 car is paid off, but I worry how I'm going to pay for it if I have to get a new car with the payments. I purchased my condo 20 years ago, which has been a financial lifesaver. But today I can never afford to live here. The unit next to mine, which is identical in size, it's 1,000 square foot, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, just rented this month for $5,200. That is more than I make in a month. If I were entering the market today, I wouldn't be able to afford to live in the city. Over the years, I've seen many of my friends and colleagues leave San Diego, not by choice, but necessity, relocating to the States with a lower cost of living. For those who remain, the financial pressure is mounting. The cost of living in San Diego has gone up faster than the wages, especially the housing costs. Longtime residents, like me, are squeezed out, even though we spent decades serving the county. A fair cost of living adjustment isn't just about keeping the pace with the inflation, it's about ensuring that dedicated county employees, like myself, can continue to live in the community we serve. I urge the Board of Supervisors, consider the...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Karina Pugh, pronounced she, her, and I am speaking in support of item 6 on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center. LGBTQ plus youth are among the most vulnerable populations that experience mental health crises. Social media can expose LGBTQ plus youth to online bullying and harassment due to their identity, impacting mental health outcomes. As a group that is already marginalized in society, LGBTQ plus youth are likely to seek community and affirming spaces online. However, this can cause cyclical issues leading to increased exposure to bullying and feelings of insecurity. Social media corporations must be held accountable and face consequences for their capitalization on vulnerable populations, and efforts must be taken to ensure the safety and health of those who use social media platforms. The San Diego LGBT Community Center asks the board to vote yes on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers on the consent calendar, allegedly Audra and Pam.
Hi, good morning. Oliver Twist here. I am concerned, first of all, this is item 6 that I'm speaking in opposition for social media. I'm concerned about the troubling trend of you wanting to pursue litigation against companies. This seems to be more of a money grab than a serious solution that would really solve things. For those who don't know, the county budget has ballooned in the past 5 years. 5 years ago, it was $6.55 billion with a B. 8.3, and this year it was 8.53. That's an increase of over $2 billion and almost 30%. So I feel like after the opioid settlement that you're looking at litigation as a cash cow and not a real solution. And I would appreciate, this is your item, Tara, if you would look at me during the comment on your item. Staff warned about a growing budget gap in general purpose and sales tax revenue. So the current level of spending is absolutely unsustainable. So instead of going after social media companies, my first ask is for government to lead by example. What I mean by that is, here is a recent ad. This is on TikTok from MTS, and I shouldn't say an ad. I don't know if they paid for it or not. They posted on social media, and what it says is, me and my bestie, after we find out that teens can win prizes by riding transit. Grab your bestie, and today kicks off the Y2K Summer Challenge. Post your vids or pics on Instagram and TikTok and tag us. So they are actively soliciting youth to engage on social media. So if government really believes this is a problem, they need to look at themselves and start with them first instead of soliciting teens on social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael, let it be known for the record, Tara has not looked up at any of the speakers for the consent. Andrew, I'm talking about number 6. I don't like to talk about this. Because we're getting back to Tara Lawson-Remer. Every time she opens her mouth, most of the time, it's a big bowl of robust gaslighting and word salad. She just said the phrases, "we have no choice," "this is well documented," and what we know to be true. Of course, like so many things that go on here, this is about looking at one thing while something else is going on over here. So let's look at this item. Tara, you say you're protecting the children, but it's interesting that you don't mention online porn. And I'm not making a moral comment about porn, online porn. It's available to everyone, free. Children, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, Jim, can get online and pull up any kind of porn they want. Any kind of porn they want, Nora. And Nora, this comes back to you too, because remember when you talked about the open borders, you said that anyone who did not agree with you were xenophobic. Well, guess where a lot of those missing children go? To online porn. And this gets personal, and I don't like to bring this up, but you've threatened people, Tara. You threatened Tara with your KPBS report, and I wonder if it's about this, because there's a snapshot of you online with your legs spread wide open. I'm not going to show your child. I'm going to show just this part. Yeah, Nora, this is her, legs spread wide open. So you're saying that you're protecting children, but people have this picture all over the world with your legs spread wide open with your child in front of you for your Hinge profile. Stop the hypocrisy now.
Next speaker, please.
Pam, no on number 6, no to pursuing or joining the already 475 other lawsuits against social media platforms for their failure to protect, no to pursuing the already 475 other lawsuits against social media platforms for their failure to protect youth mental health. The opioid lawsuit is cited, and we know that the county board benefited greatly on a financial basis. Tara, this is a funny item coming from you because you're always on your phone during the entire meetings. And it's fascinating when you do theater and pick and choose from what subject matter children are deserving of your self-appointed protection. For example, there was not an element of concern of the inappropriate content children would be exposed to, perhaps in the county libraries. And remember, this board mandated oppressive lockdowns leading to isolation and increased use of social media. Social media platforms can be harmful. Parents must be fiercely protective of their children. This includes not publishing photos of their minor children on social media. A child is dependent on their own parents for protection from such exposure and cannot give consent for or against such publication that will be online forever. Tara, please consider your own vulnerable daughter and remove that dating site photo. It is impossible to support any idea you put forward when your ideas and actions are diametrically opposed. Every adult should want to protect children from harm, no matter the perpetrator or the perilous agenda. But local government is too big and always looking for a payload. You need to stay out of our lives.
The next speaker is coming down to the podium. A final call for Damon French.
Howdy doody. The person uses the name Audra. So for number 3, with HIV, it's very sad because everything is about money with you guys. And you promote injecting people with HIV because that's what's in the shots, that's what's in the vaccines, and you promote that. So if you actually wanted to stop it, you would stop promoting and having people being injected with the very thing you're trying to stop from existing. So each of you should be worried about that because you took a genocide shot that has HIV in it, and yeah, that's disturbing. Number 6, yeah, it's sad because Tara, you are promoting like sexual behavior with your daughter when you're spread eagle like that, and all this has to do with is money, and that's what's sad because you're like they just make money off of it. Well, that's what you guys want to do off the backs of these children, while you do allow all these sexually explicit books to be in the libraries, and you promote that and you encourage it. So you should be the ones that are litigated against, and it's just going to waste the people's money. And Michael is right. Those children that come across unaccompanied, even children in our own nation that grew up here, are used for online porn and sexual, deviant, crazy things. And it's sad because it's like you act like you want to stop it, but you won't acknowledge that. Like, just like HHS and this number 8, that lease should actually be revoked because they traffic these children, whether they come across the border unaccompanied or whether they're our own children here in the United States. We are the largest human trafficking organization in the world. And hundreds of thousands of these unaccompanied minors, Nora, that you want to come across have disappeared because you know what? They can't keep track of them, right? It's so hard to do. You promote that.
Thank you. Now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. We'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hi, my name is Madison Mapp, and I'm talking about item 10. Responding to the grand jury report, which asked how it is going for cannabis in San Diego. It's really important to do the research, and respectfully, I believe you could do a lot more to develop your report. Just to reiterate what the grand jury asked the Board of Supervisors to do, it is to develop reports that document the health and law enforcement impacts of cannabis legalization. Marijuana use has been studied in youth and shown to have negative impacts on cognition and attention. Furthermore, the use of marijuana during adolescence has been associated with an increased risk of mental health issues, including depression, anxiety, and psychosis. These are serious conditions that can have long-lasting effects on a young person's life and well-being. Emergency room responders have seen an increasing number of cases involving marijuana edibles. And sadly, babies and toddlers have been seriously ill after ingesting marijuana or marijuana edibles left around the house. Let's not forget the serious harms marijuana creates for children and youth, and get some real reports to document this. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Barbara Gordon, and I am in opposition to item 10, to this incomplete grand jury report. I am concerned as a mother and grandmother of 2 grandsons in college who have shared with me their peers' use of marijuana and how it has negatively affected their peers' lives. My grandson has seen the detrimental effects on their friends' ability to focus, retain information, and perform academically. Research has consistently indicated a negative association between marijuana use and academic performance among college students. The study goes on to say daily marijuana use among college students reached a historic high of 44%. Marijuana use during these critical period of brain development, which occurs in the early 20s, can have a long-lasting effect on cognitive abilities. Heavy marijuana use might ultimately lead to college dropout. By understanding these factors, policymakers should develop targeted strategies to address the increase in marijuana availability in the county and its use and its potential consequences. Again, unlike this incomplete and ineffective grand jury report. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller. Next caller is Kelly McCormick. Your device might be muted.
Hi, thank you. This is Kelly McCormick, and I would just like to speak in support of the last two callers. I agree with them completely, and also Jim Desmond's comments about item 10, the grand jury report. The county's response is inadequate, and you mentioned that in the response that you partially disagreed with the findings about public health, and there is just overwhelming evidence of the harms of marijuana on public health. And in fact, I could point to the medical examiner's report, San Diego County medical examiner, who has said that there are 37 emergency department visits per day. This is the county, I apologize, not the medical examiner, but 37 emergency department visits per day in San Diego County due to the marijuana-related issues, including youth exposure, children who are poisoned by eating edibles that look like candy, mental health issues, psychosis, drug interactions, negative drug interactions with prescription drugs and marijuana, cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, which is the scromiting, the screaming and vomiting. That's how it got the name scromiting. And, of course, accidents, injuries, and other issues related to that. So please look at the data, talk to the medical examiner, talk to the people in the emergency departments, talk to Dr. Ronit Lev. The evidence is there. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Gambler here. How you guys doing this fine and lovely day? I love item number 6. Apparently you want to go ahead and limit what people could go ahead and say. I know this because I've been talking about election fraud for 3.5 years. I've been explaining on the dangers of allowing another country to have a database of information, fill out registration forms, fill them out for other people, and post those ballots. Now, I have a major issue with that, but apparently the expert, who never even looked into this, says it never happens. As a matter of fact, when you try to look into it yourself, they will file a restraining order against you telling you you're full of shit, indicating in there the fact that I think I stated that if the people fix the voting problem and not you, this is going to be called, like, shit, what would that be? Civil war? You even indicated that in the filings. So I appreciate the notifications that you guys refuse to look at the problems in the voting system and giving me this wonderful gift of Kamala Harris being the Democratic ticket that will have the most popular vote in the entire world this upcoming election, especially in the states that send out all ballots to everyone. Congratulations and fucking up our system. I hope you guys all are proud of yourselves for allowing this to go through. There's not a damn thing you could do to stop it now. I tried. Good luck. And please let us talk. Give us information we're looking for, and stop telling us no when you don't have that power to actually tell us no. And regarding the restraining order, I don't give a shit. I have no intention of talking to you. I figure the people...
Thank you. And I hear from the next caller.
This is a 911 call that I had a week ago when I emailed the district attorney's office.
Excuse me, you're out of order.
Hello?
Okay, you're disrupting the meeting, and so this is your first warning, sir.
Consuelo.
You are disrupting the meeting, so this is your first warning. Okay, you can't do that. If you want to call into the meeting, you can go outside and call into the meeting.
When I called in, and then I walked here and put my name on the list like everyone else.
Okay, so you're disrupting the meeting. If you want to be on a call, you can go outside and make the call from there. Okay, otherwise, this is your...
Did you hear that? It said, let me get you a better number, sir. You're tying up the line. That's 911 in this county.
Sir, this is... I've already given you a first warning, so I'm going to ask you... I'm going to ask you to go ahead and leave the chambers. Yes. No, leave the chambers. You're disrupting the meeting.
Have a great morning.
You as well. Go ahead.
Thank you. Consuelo, we will unmute you and restart your time. Please go ahead.
Consuelo. Okay, so I'm speaking on 3 and 7. So yeah, you got to love the hypocrisy, Tara. And quite frankly, I don't care what you do in your private life, whether you want to spread your beaver, that's up to you. None of our business, none of my business anyway. And yeah, what was really disturbing, though, is the way you were eating during Valerie's talking about the children being slaughtered. So sad. You don't care about the humans or the horses, do you? Anyways, with that being said, okay, so yeah, I just have to let's see, continue by saying that this whole board is so hypocritical. And yeah, all I really have to say is that we continue to allow this. And it is up to us, the people, to pay attention, to be involved, and to keep them accountable. But we don't. We just, we just keep voting. We just keep voting like it's the answer. We just keep paying our taxes and saying, govern me harder, Daddy. It's not working, people. Wake up. Wake up. That's it.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi there. My name is Wyatt Henshaw, speaking on issue 6. Can I just confirm that you guys can hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. So again, my name is Wyatt Henshaw. I'm founder and CEO of Fundamental Health. We're a San Diego nonprofit focused on funding and connections to quality mental health services for the underserved. We focused on 2 populations when we launched our business, LGBTQ+ and the youth. The youth, as the U.S. Surgeon General has said, is facing a mental health crisis and has proven that social media, the way that it is currently set up, is doing nothing but exacerbating this issue. There is a crisis and social media is exacerbating the issue. I think there's enough said. There needs to be more oversight. There needs to be a step in from our public officials in order to do this. A private or a public company focused on profit is not going to do it on their own. There needs to be the people, there needs to be public servants standing up to fix it so that's no longer exacerbating the youth mental health crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Ann Riddle here. I called in because of my concern about item 10, the grand jury report. When we first read about it in the newspaper that the grand jury had requested of the county and the city of San Diego more information regarding the non-financial costs, that is, health and law enforcement impacts of marijuana in our communities, we were looking forward to hearing what your response was. So this rather meager two-page response was extremely disappointing considering the staff resources that you have. And I would like to mention I appreciate that you talk about that there's information online and that you do have an initiative, but I don't believe we've ever seen a county newsletter report from them, nor have they ever reported these units and this initiative, health initiative. I've never seen them come to a Board of Supervisors meeting, and I think we all would be well served if we could see this information at a public meeting. We'd feel that this was a serious effort to provide this type of information to us all. The San Diego County Cannabis Public Health Initiative that you mentioned is a monthly meeting, and it is open to the public, and I have attended it as a parent. And when we asked them, would they provide this excellent information they have at a Board of Supervisors meeting, they told us they have to be invited. So I would just respectfully ask you invite them to come and share this information. I'm kind of curious as to why they'd have to be invited. And I do kind of understand that if you're funded by the county, you can't come to a Board of Supervisors meeting and share things, share the information you have received without an invite. It seems like a really complicated, unnecessarily complicated way for the receiving it.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
This is Peggy Walker. I'm here to say yes on item 5, that while acknowledging warnings that social media contributes to the youth mental health crisis, please, you cannot overlook social media's role in promoting the use of intoxicating drugs. A study by the National Center on Addiction and Substance Abuse at Columbia University found teens who regularly use social media were 2 to 5 more times likely to use marijuana, drink alcohol, and or buy cigarettes. There should be warnings regarding social media's promotion, often subtle and often by celebrities, of intoxicating products. And no on item 10, because as a health educator studying marijuana's impact over 10 years, I find the county's paltry response alarming. Here's a serious call to make a robust inquiry into and to collect adequate data to understand marijuana's real impact on children, teens, young adults, seniors, and law enforcement, including medical, mental health, homelessness, and crime impact. Why hesitate to robustly address these major public health concerns? I called for a thorough investigation that addresses growing science and medical sector concerns over health and mental health issues, poor regulation, potency issues, and law enforcement challenges, among others. One that calls for and collects real data. The public deserves a strong inquiry and real data and inclusive answers regarding marijuana's impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
My name is Kathleen Lippett. I'd like to address items 6 and 10. Good morning, Board. I'm a public policy researcher and advocate for protecting youth, young adults, and communities. It is the county's acceptance and support of the marijuana industry that fails to acknowledge that the county has and continues to contribute to the problems that we're seeing today among with an epidemic of drug abuse and mental health problems. Supervisor Desmond recognized the inadequate county response, and I totally concur with that. Responsible leaders would have taken the opportunity to acknowledge their failure. The fact that the policies that they had adopted were wrong-headed all along. The documentation of the connections between problems of mental health and these industry and supporting a commercial industry is not going to get us ahead of drug overdose or drug epidemics. The county doesn't even define stakeholders any longer as the public. The county defines a stakeholder as someone with an economic conflict of interest, a person who works with the industry, whose goals are to increase availability, access, and using all the strategies that the tobacco industry had honed. While public concerns were ignored, every industry concern was accepted and valid, and considered valid and worthy of a response.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
All about social media litigation is a nice idea, but things like adding the county to a lawsuit for what pretty much everyone already knows, it's a lot of unnecessary expense. Moreover, it's a national issue. The FCC runs all the social media stuff. We should be fixing our own county first. Focus. Not sure what form warning labels would take or what they would do either. So I do not support this particular measure. I don't know what the sense of urgency Tara mentioned is. AdBiz, response to the grand jury, redo the report. Animal control plan for mapping the declared dangerous dogs. You don't need a map. You need a sign where the dog is. People are unlikely to research maps to find dangerous dog locations, and if a dog is that dangerous, it should be muzzled or removed from the area. Authorizing animal control officers to issue citations needs to be reworked. The response is about where in the ordinances the fines are, and that you could be arrested if your dog bites. It does not say who makes the arrest, actually, or issues the fine. And about people who abuse horses or other animals like Craig Netwig, saying that the impact of legalized cannabis on kids and seniors is awaiting a more comprehensive analysis assessing the health impact. Well, cannabis is not the same substance we used 50 years ago. It's been modified by genetic and artificial means. Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
A truth item 4, $10.5 million a year for up to 4.5 years to traditions, behavioral health for more dangerous white coats. Item 6, Sarah, if social media is a drug, then are you going to help Joel with his addiction? More political theater. Countless minutes worth of it every time Sarah spoke. She even convinced 2 teenagers to skip school today. This item's really about usurping local control of schools using fake data about social media while Sarah's hypocritically busy posting on X during meetings, when she even shows up. And nothing but the county trying to collect a check from another frivolous lawsuit. No to lawyers getting Mercedes or Teslas, Jim. Item 7, no to using extremist school MIT's living wage calculator, which is based on unscientific, unproven theories that would destroy businesses. Item 9, no to the chief investigator making $268,000, chief financial officer making $317,000, chief financial affairs officer making up to $248,000, the CAO policy director making $257,000, and a chief people officer making $280,000, costing the taxpayers over $1 million a year more. Nobody even knows what a chief people officer is from a county corporation that is anti-human in its decisions. Item 10, all grand jury reports are jokes. Keep kicking cans down the road. cannabis is going very high, and dog fights are low and bloody. Pretty easy. Item 11, nota honoris causa Humberto Gomilan to the Committee for Persons with Disabilities. Beto may understand disabilities, but he was also a communications manager for SDG&E and the press secretary for NORA. Conflict of interest. And no to Samhita Ilanga to the Health Services Advisory Board. He's a Johns Hopkins minion, volunteered for Vaccinate CA, and was a research assistant for the Bill and Melinda Gates Institute for Population and Reproductive Health. A nice phraseology for eugenics and depopulation. So no consensus against that. Please get it together in your decisions here. They're all pretty bad today. A lot of political theater as well. Thanks.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes requests for comment on items on the consent calendar.
Thank you. All right, with that, we have a motion and a second, and see no further discussion, please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, noting for the record that Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond are voting no on item 6, and Supervisor Desmond is registering no vote on item 10. The remaining items passed unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is Proposition 36, the Homeless Drug Addiction and Theft Reduction Act. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the public for public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 39 requests to speak on item 5, 25 in person, and 14 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 45 e-comments, 29 in favor and 16 in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 5 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, I'll ask you to please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I'll be calling you groups of 3, so I will ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Oliver Twist, Desiree Edward, and Pam. I've called your name, please come forward.
Wait, I thought we were going to have okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm going to go ahead and ask the district attorney to come and speak before, because she was one of the supporters of the board letter. Go ahead.
Still good morning, Chairwoman Vargas, supervisors, our wonderful CAO, county family, and community. I'm Summer Steffen, San Diego County's district attorney, and I signed on to the letter to ask the board to review closely Proposition 36 and to recommend supporting it. Proposition 36 is a much-needed reform to unintended consequences of Proposition 47. There were some really good things about Proposition 47, and those Proposition 36 retains, but it helps fix those places where it didn't work out in real life for the business owners, the employers, the employees, and also the community at large. It also fixes areas where the legislature has failed to act, and that's in the area of the fentanyl poisonings that have really, really harmed our communities. I just want to tell you, I think what brought it home to me is actually going on the ground and visiting a lot of the places where the harm was being felt the most. And one perfume owner in San Isidro, an immigrant, opened his business. He was so proud. And he had a look of hopelessness. He showed me his camera that had been smashed time and time again, so he couldn't capture the image of the thieves. He showed me how he puts his cheap perfumes in front, knowing that they're going to be taken, giving up really, understanding that anytime he calls police, that it's a misdemeanor. Even the 20th time he calls police on the exact same individual who steals under $950, it's a misdemeanor. It doesn't make sense. I went to an Ulta store where a 20-year-old, her first job behind the counter, she told me that she doesn't feel comfortable anymore. She was so excited about this job. She wants to be a makeup artist, but now all she does is look over her shoulder because her workplace is not safe anymore. She did not sign up to be in a dangerous business where people are really, the way we speak as a society is through our laws, and when our laws basically decriminalize activity that's harmful to these businesses, small and large, it is no longer working. So Proposition 36 is not a three-strikes law, and it is not a mandatory state prison law. What it does is, after the first conviction, second conviction are misdemeanors, it allows a wobbler on the third offense. So even there, the judge can strike it down to a misdemeanor if the person addresses the root causes of their criminal behavior. The fourth time, it's a felony, but not a mandated state prison felony. Where it comes to fentanyl, this is where the laws just don't make sense. These families have tried time and time again through the legislature to beg and plead for an Alexandria's law. This is similar to the law that is there for DUIs. When you commit a DUI, you're given an advisal that the next time you commit a DUI, you could kill someone and you'll be held responsible. That's the exact same thing that is in this proposition, that if you commit you sell drugs and you are convicted, you're given that advisal, hard drugs. And that's a fair thing. It also adds a provision where if you sell drugs and someone dies or ends up in a wheelchair, you are held accountable for that additional harm. There's an additional enhancement to that. It's all common sense, it's all balanced, and it's really, that's why 900,000 people across California lined up to support this proposition, because they waited and waited and did not see the action that was needed that really addresses in a balanced way the community needs and the needs of our businesses and our employees and our consumers. If you have any questions, because I've studied it, I'm happy to answer them to make sure that the part of my job is to just make sure the community is fully informed and you as leaders are fully informed. But I'm sure your staff has done a great analysis. But if you've had a burning question about it, I'm happy to answer it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now resume with public comment. Again, I'd like to invite forward Oliver Twist, Desiree, Edward, and Pam. Again, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Well, I'm a yes on this. Proposition 47 resulted in chaos, fear, violence, mental health deterioration. You know about that.
Can you please state your name?
Oh, Pam.
Thank you.
And personal hardship, destroyed businesses, caused overdoses and death throughout this state. But it also created a black market industry. Groups of individuals vandalize businesses and steal merchandise. These stolen goods are brought to a consolidator who then sells them on the black market, getting rich off the blood, sweat, and tears of victims. These perpetrators of retail theft know they face little to no punishment, and the lawmakers and a lot of the people in the legal system give them permission to repeat offend. Larceny is wrongfully taking someone's property without consent, intentionally, permanently depriving the owner of his or her property or income. Thanks to Jim and Joel for presenting this item. Hopefully, well, there went Nora. Tara, Nora, and Monica, you always purport to, oh, I want to protect the community. I want to help the community. I want to help marginalized communities. We care about the health of the community. We care about the mental health of the children. Well, you better vote in favor of community safety and stability, in support of families to not live in fear, to protect small businesses, and agree perpetrators should be held accountable. We're held accountable if we clap in here, Nora. One of the main jobs of the government is to provide security to the people.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, Ms. Montgomery.
Excuse me, everyone. Excuse me.
Hello, you are disrupting the conduct of this meeting. You right there with the video, please sit down. Okay, please leave right now, the meeting. Everyone sit down. We have a person whose turn it is to speak. Everyone needs to be quiet and respect the people whose turn it is to speak. Thank you very much. Ma'am, it's your turn.
Thank you. Sorry. Good morning, Madam Speaker, Ms. Montgomery, representatives, and fellow San Diegans for this opportunity today on item 5. My name is Desiree Adwa. I'm here today to speak about our city's demise and the current issue on homelessness and the disproportion of funding by certain nonprofit organizations. I want legislation to change the way funds are used for the succession of families. Most centers here in San Diego are 90-day programs, which isn't enough time for families to be well suited, especially here in San Diego. This is a very sensitive and private matter, even for myself, as I have experienced homelessness as well. I would like to see the money put back into the people and the funding to be put into active living spaces for families rather than centers for change. Statistically, homelessness has increased by 14% since 2023. We need more programs like PCG to help families become more self-sufficient for long-term. This would include places families could actually live while collecting CalWorks or other government assistance programs like General Relief. We can make participants responsible by paying percentage of their funding back to the program the way that taxpayers are not footing the bill per se, and families still have a chance. San Diego is at 86% fulfillment at the moment, which is being said in our rural areas, and we'd like to rebuild. We should take some of the old buildings, make them into living spaces to get people off of the street. That's job security and a great level of responsibilities for the participants. With the proper people in place, we can take a slightly similar concept to Habitat for Humanity, except these places are rent and for the people. This can change our economy and actually be a positive change for our country and our citizens, rebuild the growth, as well as the percentage being given back towards funding. This way, no one loses. We have a way to change the way people see welfare. It will no longer be a system that will allow you to just collect a check. Our county and government should allocate these funds towards positive change, and this is a great way to do that. We can call it Cal Build, taking old communities and filling them with families that actually want change. Our demise is that of our own, and it can be overturned.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in favor, Arkan Somo and Sandy Nassau. If I've called your name, please come forward and stand on the arrows. Thank you.
Hi, yes. Good morning. Oliver Twist, in favor, strongly in favor of this item. Thank you for bringing it forward and for promoting public safety and prioritizing that. The one thing, the recurring theme I keep hearing with well-intentioned things are unintended consequences. If we look at the plastic bag ban, Catherine Blakespeare has brought forth legislation now to redo it because there were unintended consequences. If we look at SB 357, the National City Mayor actually wrote to Governor Newsom and asked for him to rethink that because of the unintended consequences. And so with this also, we've seen too many unintended consequences for a well-intentioned. This proposition strikes a balance, and I'm hoping that you will be strongly in favor and support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair Vargas, supervisors and staff. My name is Arkan Somo. I'm the president of the Neighborhood Market Association. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today in support of your support for Proposition 36. Neighborhood markets are the lifeblood of our communities, and small business owners are the backbone of our economy. Prop 36 will help stop the wave of theft and violence caused by Proposition 47 that continues until today and will continue to keep our community in harm's way until we pass Proposition 36. Proposition 36 will give law enforcement the tool it needs to keep all of our communities and businesses safe. The Homelessness, Drug Addiction, Theft Reduction Act is a mouthful, but it's what our community and our state needs to be and feel safe once more. I want to share something with you. I'm going to get off my comment. We had a press conference earlier today, and we had very concerned citizens that they were not happy with the proposition. After the press conference, I walked up to them, and I wanted to start a conversation, and basically to tell them our grievances, and they were very passionate. We ended up walking to the coffee, have a coffee together, and before you know it, we start talking to each other as individuals. I felt their pain and their concern, and they understood where small businesses like hundreds of our businesses come from. This is what we need. The divisiveness in our community and the political discourse will not help our community. The definition of insanity is keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different results. Prop 47 had 10 years. It didn't work. It's time for you to support Proposition 36. Thank you and God bless.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition. Again, I'll call the first 3 speakers in opposition: Alexander Kraft, Askari Abdul Mutagim, and Shahid Price. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Sandy Nisu. I'd like to start by thanking Madam Vargas, the County Board of Supervisors, and staff for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today. I strongly urge you to support Prop 36. I recently joined the Neighborhood Market Association as the executive director. My family has been in San Diego for 44 years, and I've lived here my entire life. I was only a month old when my parents immigrated to the States, so those of you who are good with numbers, I'm sure you can figure out how young I am at this point. So my father has 7 siblings, and my mother has 8 siblings, and I have 35 first cousins on each side. With such a large family deeply rooted in the small retail business community, the issues of crime reduction and homelessness hits our San Diego homes and small businesses and are personal to us. I urge you to support Prop 36 to help protect our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, supervisors. My name again is Alexander Kraft. I'm a proud SEIU Local 221 member, and I'm here to speak in opposition of Proposition 36 and in opposition of the County of San Diego lending any support to this dangerous ballot measure. It seeks to undo Proposition 47, a measure duly passed by voters in 2014. As part of Prop 47, the county received $6 million in funding for a program that provides housing and wraparound services for people freed from jail. Proposition 36 would damage this important revenue that helps to serve our goals in reducing and preventing homelessness. And in the midst of a budget deficit, why should we spend more precious county resources on systems that do not work, research has shown do not work, to rehabilitate people who commit minor crimes? Research has shown time and time again that we spend more money with less results when we pursue the strategies behind Prop 36. This isn't feelings, this is data. This measure erroneously cites retail theft and the fentanyl epidemic as reasons to revert to strategies that are proven failures. But no correlation, let alone causation, has been found between Prop 47 and retail theft. In fact, counter to what people say, the county has seen a 21% decrease in shoplifting since 2019. These are numbers. As Supervisor Lawson Reamer so clearly pointed out, what we fail to recognize about the fentanyl crisis is that it can be traced back directly to pharmaceutical companies who pushed the sale of legal opiates even though they may not have been needed. This has caused many to become addicted, and these individuals eventually turn to opiates from illegal sources. In fact, the County of San Diego has already received nearly $3 million in settlements directly from them to address the opioid crisis. So let's be wise with both our revenue and our expenditures and reject the misguided principles behind this dangerous proposition and embrace the strategies that do work, not make the problem worse by criminalizing poverty. Thank you very much.
All right, so I'm going to remind everyone, I know there's a lot of emotions around this issue. I care about this issue as well as everybody here on this dais. It's extremely important that we keep to the norms of our meeting. If we don't, we're going to ask everyone to leave the chambers, ask each speaker to come in one by one. And so I'm going to ask everyone to please follow the rules. Do not disrupt and be respectful to each of the speakers, no matter where you are on the issue, okay? Go ahead, sir.
Morning. I'm Askari Abdul Muntakam. There's something I want to read to the members. In August of 2023, a jury convicted a Temecula fentanyl dealer of selling a pill that killed a 26-year-old woman and was later sentenced to 15 years in prison. If that is true, it is impossible, and I mean literally impossible, for there to be a need for Prop 36 to prosecute individuals who sell fentanyl that kill people. It's already happened. If the people who are supporting 36 have to come here and use propaganda and lies to secure your vote, they don't deserve your vote.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite additional speakers. Lon Che, Michelle Woodson, Michael White. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Shahid. So I think we heard one or two individuals who support this bill. I would just tell them to maybe they should actually educate themselves on what this bill is about, who this bill is attacking, because we know for a fact that retail crime has been down. So once again, we know that this is just another way that the system is using one of its arms to attack, once again, the downtrodden, the poor, the less, quote-unquote, educated. So I would like to also say that this bill is just also another way to attack future generations, you know, of those that come from, I'm gonna get comfortable, I got a whole minute. So, you know, just a whole, another law to enact to just attack, you know, District 4 community, you know, the black and brown, you know, so you either going to, you know, I've come to learn to, you know, we're supposed to enjoy good and forbid evil, you know, in every aspect where you could be a good person, that's what you should be, you know, and stay away from harming generations and future generations just because, you know, deals that is made behind closed doors, or hey, you give me this, I give you that, you know, but no, on the other end of it is real lives at the end of every decision that y'all make. So hope y'all make the right decision.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Lon Chai. I'm here to speaking on opposition to Proposition 36. So by the age of 39, I spent a total of 22 years in incarceration, starting from when I was 14. And at 14, I was sent to juvenile hall for something real petty. And it only got worse from there. So from 14 all the way to 39, 22 years in the system. Every time it was always send you to jail, send you to jail, send you to prison. You didn't learn your lesson in jail. Go to prison, until somebody actually invested in me, told me about education, sent me books and things like that. And I learned that the cost of housing someone in jail and prison is more than sending somebody to school, to a vocation, to college. So I believe it's a better investment to use those funds to educate someone to better themselves. So I'm standing here before you, I'm about to graduate from San Diego State University in December. I am the co-executive director of a community organization. And this is because somebody invested in me, used that money to invest in me, to educate me. That's all we're looking for, is a chance. Invest in us with those funds. Don't use those funds to lock us up, because every time they locked me up, I learned nothing in jail or prison. I came out worse. So would you want somebody coming home to be worse or better? Would you rather educate them so they could give back to the community like myself? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers, Layla Aziz, Jean Hui Tran, and Jillian Paramore. If you've called your name, please come forward.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael White, and I was actually one of the community members that disrupted the press conference this morning, and I just wanted to speak on some stuff that the gentleman said earlier about the coffee shop incident. The propaganda that's being spewed, and I'm in opposition for Prop 36. The propaganda that's being used to thwart voters is crazy. It's outrageous. Everybody that we questioned at the press conference couldn't even answer our questions that we were answering. The one guy said his shop's getting robbed. Robberies isn't covered by Prop 47. You're not going to Prop 47 misdemeanor for a robbery. The lady that just stood up here said her laptop got stolen amongst a lot of other things, and it was way over $950 worth of things. Proposition 47 doesn't cover that. You guys get up here and spew all these lies just to lock black and brown people up. That's not the answer. We did that with the war on drugs with the Reagan era. We did that with the 1994 crime bill from Bill Clinton. And if America and California, if locking people up makes it safer, we should be the safest state in the world, because all we do is lock people up. That's all we do. It's not working. You need to invest in communities. Prop 47 reallocated funds to unsheltered people programs, to interventions for drugs and mental illness. It reallocated funds. It took them from prisons and put them back in there. Retail theft has gone down. It's a fact, 21%. But Tori, all these retail, flash mobs. If you're in the flash mob, Prop 47 doesn't cover you. Stop spewing propaganda to the people to try to win a vote. Stop. Stop with the lies. No on 36.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Layla Aziz. So we have the district attorney and the liquor store owners who've joined forces to vote yes on Prop 36. Some things don't make sense to me. My grandfather used to say, you never let the fox guard the hen house. The district attorney's job is to put people in jail and prison. Why did the district attorney have the fentanyl contract? Why was that not given to the public defender who works closer with the people that need the help? Desmond, let's bring some common sense into this. And so because the DA, Summer, failed at stopping fentanyl when she was given grant after grant to do so in her care center, we now must go to jail, the fox guarding the hen house. We also have liquor store owners, one of the most problematic entities in my community, that sell poison to people daily, that destroy lives, standing up here and asking people to go to prison and jail. We want to take money from mental health treatment, from education, even from crime victims, to build more prisons. That is the fox guarding the hen house. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Samantha Schwimmer, Mimi Hernandez, and Jay Colombo.
Hi, my name is Zhang Wei, pronoun he, him, his. I am here to remind you the story of my brother went to prison at 19 years old, life without parole, and passed away in 2018 after spending most of his life, 29 years in prison. So it means, I think about this a lot. So earlier, the DA talking about $950 values. How many people who have iPhone and tablet know what that cost is? Just imagine a person stolen an iPhone, gets saddled with a felony charge. The felony charge go with the person's life for the rest of their life. It affected their ability to find job, housing, It's too harsh. We can't do that. And the basic corporation hijacked the price up so much. What is value to you? What does that mean, $950? My brother went to prison and never had a chance to even date or job or credit score. What the DA doesn't see is she is an angel of death. She sent me to prison. But how many of those people that she sent to prison, that she visited and see alive, have lost in the system? What a year, 5 years, 10 years do you mean? You think about that before you're going to vote to support Prop 36. I'm asking you to not vote for Prop 36 because we have to do better. We have to invest people's lives and not send them to prison. My brother does not have guts. My brother was not born into this life to be sent to prison to die. No God do you believe would ever want that for a person's life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jillian Paramore, and I oppose this prop because I had a biological mom, and she had mental illness, very severe. And instead of getting the care that she needed, she was imprisoned for petty theft. And because of that and the 3-strike policy before Prop 47, I grew up without a mom. I was in and out of foster care, and the care that she did get was ineffective. So when she gave birth to me, she got improper care through the prison system, and I ended up with cerebral palsy. It affected my life from there on. My mom didn't get the care that she needed until Prop 47 was passed. My mom is 50 now, and she's just now getting the mental health care that she needs to thrive and to have a place in society and to be in my life. I didn't get to meet her until I was an adult. I don't want other kids like me, Latina, Indigenous, that don't get to have their families together because of mental illness, and part of mental illness diagnoses being having issues with running in with the police. I spent my life homeless at points. I eventually got to go to school and get my degree. I work for Disability Rights California. I've made a difference. But I want more people to have that opportunity. We're not going to have that with Proposition 36. We have a staggering of 40% of people in prisons with disabilities, and the normal population is 15%.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers: Miriam Shihata, Lucky Aiden, and Cheryl Kansen.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Samantha Schwimmer. I am a D4 resident, and I am here today to urge the board to oppose Prop 36. Although proponents of the proposition have dubbed it the Homelessness, Drug Addiction, and Theft Reduction Act, Prop 36 will increase punishments for people experiencing homelessness and substance use disorder while providing no funding for treatment or housing. In fact, Prop 36 will exacerbate the socioeconomic conditions at the root of the problems it claims to solve. A felony conviction makes it far more difficult to find employment and stable housing post-incarceration, which has a compounding impact for over-criminalized communities who already are more likely to be facing housing insecurity and unemployment. Prop 36 does not respond to the current reality in San Diego. Despite disingenuous claims that retail theft is on the rise, San Diego County has seen a 21% decrease in shoplifting since 2019. There is also substantial evidence that when the law allows discretion to charge either a misdemeanor or a felony, as in Prop 36, people of color are more often to receive harsher punishments. Given that communities of color are already overrepresented in our jail system, including in San Diego County, where more than 21% of San Diego's jail population is Black, while only 5.6% of the county population is Black, Prop 36 is not aligned with the county's commitment to equity. I thank the board for their commitment to investing in our communities so that all San Diegans can access affordable housing, good-paying jobs, investment in harm reduction, and community-based behavioral health services. These are the solutions that will make our communities safe. Everything else is just a distraction. Say no to Prop 36. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I think it's good morning. My name is Mimi, aka Melissa Hernandez, and I'm here today to ask you guys, well, I oppose to Prop 36. We need more programs, we need more investments going on in the community. Back in 2020, when the pandemic was going about, I witnessed a lot of District 4, District 1-9, a lot of underserved communities in San Diego. I witnessed them actually having that moment where they did not have to commit a crime, even if that's what the background that we came from. Unfortunately, I witnessed, because of all the funds that was put into the community, regardless of how they got it, it was just so much money that the community was actually doing good. I say this to say, I went down 1 mile down the street and I counted about 13 liquor stores, like Layla said earlier, and that is a big effect in our community because coming from D4 and working with thousands of teenagers that don't want to commit a crime, but their only option is to commit a crime as small as petty theft. All they needed was guidance, and they needed somebody that can mentor them and tell them, like, look, it's better than this. This is what you can do. Keep them busy. Give them something to do. But coming from a home where they don't have the financial support, they don't have the parents that have the right jobs, or have the jobs but don't put enough time into them because they're working overnights, these kids are leading, and they're coming from generation after generation of committing crime because of the less of opportunities that they're getting in this community. So yeah, I oppose to this. I say let's invest more into these districts. Let's give these liquor stores a time frame. You know, you can't open till 12 and you got to be closed by 8. I mean, that's why they do it in La Jolla, you know, so yeah. And keep Monica and Nora out your mouth.
Your next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jay Colombo. I'm here to actually say that Prop 47 helps the people. It reinvests funds into the program. And like my grandmother used to say, it's always another way to skin a cat. So I say no on Prop 36.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Mariam. There are 2 million incarcerated people in this country, which is the most in the world. Black and brown people are overrepresented in these prisons, incarcerated en masse. Prop 36 builds on this racist legacy. Retail theft is decreasing, and companies are usually insured. But what is increasing is price gouging. Theft from us, from our communities, from the people. There is zero correlation between Prop 47 and an increase in retail theft. According to Groundwork Collaborative, half of US inflation is due to high corporation profits. Communities are becoming poorer while corporations reap benefits. Does this specter of retail theft hide behind the record-breaking corporate profits? Prop 36 does nothing for our people, our communities, or this city. There is no data to back it up. It does nothing but increase incarceration and further oppress marginalized people who receive harsher punishments for the same actions. If this is what makes you feel safer, then you should interrogate your beliefs. Say no to Prop 36.
Okay.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lucky. I, along with many people that fill this room and those that couldn't be here today because they're out working, supporting their family, do not support Prop 36, and you shouldn't either. Prop 36 leads to harsher punishments and penalties for Black and brown people who look like me, who look like her, who look like him, and many people that cannot be here today. This prop takes away resources that could be life and death for many people of our community. And instead, it gathers our community members by the numbers and puts them in prison day in and day out. This misconception of Prop 46 being linked to retail theft is false. Like mentioned before, shoplifting has dropped 21% since 2019. This prop targets people who are experiencing homelessness, mental health disorders, and is increasing punishment without offering any help. Like I said, help that could be life or death. Why is it that Black and brown people make up 5.6% of San Diego's population, but however, make up over 21% of its jail population? The math is not mathing. So I'm here urging you, the Board of Supervisors, to not support Prop 36. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cheryl Canson, San Diego native. Thank you for this opportunity to speak for my community and the people that I love. Prop 36 is the opposite of Prop 47, which was working very well and freed a lot of our people. So if it's not broke, why fix it? Prop 36, I say no on Prop 36, and you should too, because it is an attack on poor people, Black people, and brown people. And it confirms the previous narrative and the narrative that has always been by people that oppress those people that I just mentioned. Their dialogue and their intentions to keep us locked up in an effort to say that we are not law-abiding, that we don't deserve better, that we can't live prosperously, that we don't love our people, so far from the truth. And you said yourself that Prop 36 is the opposite of Prop 47, which, like I said, was working so well. So I say no on Prop 36 because it causes a decline in our Black people's population, and it weakens the Black population, the Black families, the Black community, and I'm against that because we every bit deserve freedom, justice, and equality, and I live my life to combat the narrative that we are less than, that we don't deserve the best, and that we don't love one another. Say no to Prop 36. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to invite forward 3 additional speakers, Michael Brando, Ledgley Audra, and Gina Burns. I've called your name, please come forward. They'll be followed by Rachel Hayes and Richard Ciaba. You're welcome to come forward in any order.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I oppose Prop 36 because it's another Jim Crow law at its finest.
Can you please state your name?
Gina Burns. As I was saying, this is an attack on our communities, on our Black and brown, and as it was stated before, we lead the world in mass incarceration. This is insane. The United States leads the world in mass incarceration. They want to get our children, our grandchildren, they're prepping with the Supreme Court making it illegal to be homeless on public property. Is there a solution to this? Is there a solution to this really? California Department of corruptions and recidivism is nothing but a vampire system, also along with these laws. Like I said before, it's nothing but a Jim Crow law. Why do we want to send more people to prison? Why? My son, Jeremy, who suffers from schizophrenia, learning disabilities, ADHD, went to prison at the age of 18. He's 46 right now. He was supposed to come out in 3 years. He has been exacerbated. He's been tortured. And still, the system is not satisfied. He has gotten worse, and they still want to criminalize him for being mentally ill. I have a surprise for you. If you don't have a mental illness going into prison, coming out, you're going to have one. You're going to have one. It doesn't make sense. It's time to give to the community.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, Consuelo, this is your first warning.
My person uses the name Audra. This is very convoluted. It's funny because it's like it's not a crime, it is a crime. All the people that are in prison, there's other people that actually should be there, like you, Nora, but that'll come one day. And it's interesting that like SB 1414 will, like, you know, if you want to sell a child for sex or buy one, you get 2 days in jail. Yeah, nothing, big deal, right? But it's sad to see that I still don't really understand how this is like targeting certain individuals. Doesn't specify that, but it seems like some people want to be committing some crimes and not have anything to do with that and have to go to jail. But you know, it's sad because the fentanyl is coming across the border. You wonder where it's come from? Sure, it comes from Big Pharma, but it's also coming in droves from an open border that you guys say is secure. Not only do we have criminals coming across the border, but we also have drugs on a massive scale. So if you're not willing to do something about that, then you shouldn't be punishing people that are here selling it, right? I mean, it's cool for it to come across. It's cool for, you know, people to come across in droves. But what is this really doing? I'm sure it's not even going to pass because it's like Nora and Tara and Monica are going to vote no, right? Because it affects certain individuals. That's just interesting that we can, you know, blame that instead of like, let's just not commit crimes. But also we shouldn't be targeting the homeless because that's what you guys do. And you give them paraphernalia and then you don't want them to do drugs, which is really sad because it's like you could stop the things, you could help these people without criminalizing them, but you know, that's not the name of the game because the prison system is all about making money. The more people you got, the more money that comes in, right? I bet you'd make a lot of money there, Nora. Probably. I don't know. Your family's probably bringing over fentanyl. Who knows?
Next speaker, please.
All right. Consuelo, you're excused from the, yes, I have already gave you a first warning, only one warning, please. Yes, I did. Go ahead. Can you please escort her out?
What about that? They've been talking the whole time.
Okay. Yes, I did. All right, we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. Please. All right, we're taking a 2-minute recess. Go ahead and please clear. And before we start, I'm just going to remind everyone, we have 3 more speakers in person, 7 people on the phone. I informed everybody at the beginning of this meeting, I'm going to only give people 1 warning, and there are no disruptions. We have clear guidelines in this chamber, and so I'm going to read them again just in case people have forgotten from 9 o'clock in the morning until now, which is 12 o'clock. So it is really important that we give everyone an opportunity to be heard. When it is your turn to speak, someone else is speaking or a county supervisor is speaking. The rules and procedures are very clear about the disruptive behavior. Anyone that is disruptive will be warned. If they continue to be disrupting the meeting, they're going to be asked to leave the chamber. So I'm going to make it clear. After one warning, you will be asked to leave the chamber if you don't comply. If we are unable to restore the order in the chamber, then we're going to clear the chamber and you will be required to watch the proceedings in an overflow room. We will not allow individuals to come in, and then we're going to have to do individuals in, one by one coming in. We don't really want to do that, okay? So with that, I'm going to turn over to the clerk so we can continue with our meeting.
Thank you. I'd like to recall the remaining speakers in person: Rachel Hayes, Richard Ciaba, and Michael Brando.
Hello, Richard Ciaba with Lived Experience Advisors. I'm here to show opposition for Proposition 36. The California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, I don't see a lot of rehabilitation going on when it comes to a lot of petty crimes. Like I don't see any of it in San Diego County jails. I don't see the people who are incarcerated for minor things. And another thing that's up there is being incarcerated for being homeless. I mean, that's a tough one to swallow right there. I mean, if you have nowhere to go and you have nothing, nothing under your name and you get incarcerated, I mean, what's the point of sending somebody to county jail or for let alone prison if you're not going to give them some means of rehabilitation afterwards or some means of like stability afterwards? It's just a revolving door, as we all know the system to be. That R might as well be recidivism, like some lady said earlier. It's a sad thing. It's a sad way to put people through. And yeah, that's what I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael, and related to this item and what just transpired, Nora, you issued one warning to Consuelo, and it's not been...
Sir, you go ahead and focus on the item, please. If you want to have a discussion with me about the way I'm proceeding with the meetings, you can request a meeting with my office, okay? So, item before you is item number 5. Please, go ahead.
I'm going to warn you, Nora, do not issue threats toward me.
I'm not threatening about the process and how I run my meetings. You can come and schedule a meeting with my office. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes. The clock is running. 1:30. Go ahead.
It can run. Let it run. Let it run. Regarding this item and how this item is being processed through this institution according to Brown Act rules and omissions. Let it be known for the record, again, that one of you up there, and guess who it is? Guess who it is? Did not look up and pay attention to any of the speakers except for the ones who support her position. And actually, Nora, it's not you. I'm going to compliment you. It's actually Tara Lawson-Remer. Straighten out how you run these meetings.
Next speaker, please.
Let me go ahead and note for the record that he was disrupted to the meeting, and that is his official first warning.
Rachel Hayes with Lived Experience Advisors. I strongly oppose this agenda item 36. I went to prison in the early 2000s. I came out a better criminal. I learned a lot of tricks in there. They used to have programs like Second Chance, so that way when you paroled, you got housing. the money, it costs $97,000 to incarcerate one person per year. With that, you can house 3 people. 3 people per year in permanent supportive housing or affordable housing. You need to look at the numbers. They say theft has gone down. I live in San Ysidro, okay? I talk to the business owners out there. They actually work with my community out there to help supply when they are in food need, like grocery outlet. And if you're hungry and you're homeless, you can go in there and talk to them and they will feed you for free. Prop 36 is nothing but a way to harass, criminalize, put people in jail with no rehabilitation. My ex, Dominique McCoy, was murdered in San Diego County Jail just almost 3 years ago by his cellie because he was sick. By a 19-year-old kid. We have the highest death rate in the nation. We beat Rikers Island in the nation of murders that could be prevented in county jail and prison. Who brings the drugs into prison?
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hi, my name is Angelina Corsani, and I'm a policy advocate with the ACLU of San Diego and Imperial County. I'm speaking today to urge this board to vote no on the resolution to support Prop 36. Prop 36 is a dangerous measure built on false narratives. Proponents of this measure claim that it will address rising crime and retail theft, but from 2019 to 2022, property crime rates in the city of San Diego decreased by 18%, and shoplifting rates in the county decreased by 21%. Prop 47, passed in 2014, reallocated more than $800 million in corrections funding to mental health, substance abuse treatment, trauma recovery, reentry, crime prevention, and K-12 public school programs. Prop 36, if passed, would end these investments and undo Prop 47's progress. Prop 36 would also have a disproportionate impact on people of color, and this measure would increase county criminal legal costs. According to the state LAO, Prop 36 would increase county costs by tens of millions of dollars annually. If passed, Prop 36 will result in more incarceration and less safety across the state. We strongly urge you to vote against this resolution. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. So I am very, very much against Prop 36. This item should not pass. Prop 36 is nothing more than an excuse to bring us back to the failed tough on crime days of the 1990s and 2000s that, objectively speaking, did not reduce crime. It just indiscriminately targeted people of color and poor people. I can always count on my supervisor, Jim Desmond, to be on the wrong side of pretty much almost every issue, so I'm not surprised he's in favor of this proposition. And I'm also not surprised that our failed district attorney, Summer Seppin, is pushing it. Yeah, no, I am not in support of this. This proposition exists for no other reason than to make a bunch of wealthy suburbanites, like some who have spoken earlier, and business owners to feel better about themselves that those pesky poor people are being thrown in jail. And people have been fear-mongered by these hysterical videos that have been shown on CBS 8 and Fox 5. Notice how it's not just KUSI who's wrong on this. Pretty much most of the local media is. And we're at the point where even so-called progressive media, like the Young Turks, is very right-wing on the issue of crime now. Like this whole crime narrative has gone too far. California is not Gotham City. It's not Townsville. This crime is legal narrative that's been pushed by a lot of grifters online and in the media has gone way too far, and it's gotten really repulsive. Please vote no on item 5, and voters, vote no on Prop 36 this November, because this ballot initiative is hot garbage.
Thank you. And now hear from the next caller.
This is Ann Riddle, and good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I called in to speak about my support for Prop 36. And I've wondered, listening to the comments, if we're talking about the same proposition. Perhaps we're at a real disadvantage because we didn't have a presentation. We did get to hear from DA Stephens, thank goodness, but that was very short. And the part of the information that I have received makes it sound as if it could be a help to people who find themselves in a situation of drug addiction and homelessness and lack of opportunity, that the money coming from Prop 36 would assist them. And it doesn't really talk about going to prison, except if you're a person who commits repetitive crime. There's an indication of your mental health or substance abuse problems. It talks about the help that will come your way. So clearly, in listening to the dialogue that we're hearing today, we don't have the whole picture and all the information. It seems unfortunate to vote on something without a presentation, which of course is the real downside of consent. Perhaps what we really need to do is to hear this item another time with a full presentation so we can clearly understand what its ramifications are. It's way too divisive of an issue to handle it in this format today. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Peggy Walker. It's good to recognize the link between addiction, mental health, homelessness, and crime. Again, however, the contributory impact on these issues by widespread manufacture and sale of highly potent marijuana and other drugs that are inherently addictive cannot be overlooked. Common sense tells us that first, acknowledging the impact of marijuana and other substance abuse on these issues is paramount, and second, that preventing drug use through every legitimate means possible are important. So many of the unfortunate stories we heard today could have been prevented with early drug use prevention strategies and reduced addictive substance availability. At every turn, however, the majority of this board undermines the consequences of widespread marijuana commercialization. Please take a second look at how it correlates to problems addressed in Prop 36. And I agree with the last speaker who suggested a holdover vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Kathleen Lippett. Prop 36 is designed to address the unintended consequences of Prop 47, which reduced the penalties for certain low-level drug and property offenses. San Diego is blessed to have District Attorney Summer Steffen working for them. She prevailed over $1.5 million in PAC money that was donated to her opponent, who would have advocated for criminals over victims. She launched a juvenile diversion program that diverted hundreds of kids from school to prison pipeline. She fulfilled her commitment to test over 2,000 rape kits, and her office has tripled hate crime and deadly fentanyl dealer prosecutions. Her office has prosecuted the worst perpetrators of violent crimes, and unlike many district attorneys across the country, he accurately can distinguish between criminals and victims. It is true that incarceration is an expensive proposition, but this directs individuals into treatment. It is a carrot and a stick, and both are needed. Thank you for letting me speak, and I support this item and applaud her efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, Gambler here. How you guys doing? Wow. Getting a little testy, Nora. So I'm surprised with everyone. You know, I thought skin color doesn't matter at all. But apparently, when it comes to crime, a lot of people think based off of the color of your skin, not the actions that you take, whether or not you're going to get thrown in jail. I've never known that to be the case. I always thought it's living in San Diego, especially having, and the reason why our numbers are low is because many of the people are ex-military that join our forces. Unfortunately, we're not seeing the numbers come in, so that change is going to happen at some point. We may look like San Francisco, where these businesses are going to close down because we don't have good law enforcement. Why? Because our policies suck. Why? Because someone wants to see us fail. And our board members want to also see us fail for the same reasons, but they're making money. I don't understand the logic you guys have behind half of the shit you do, but apparently you're making money, and that's the only reason why you're doing it, or you really hate San Diego. Not sure which one it is. Jim, you're just fucking lazy. It's all hell. You understand the problem, but you're like, I like my mail ballot mailed to me, so I don't care how many China people go mail ballots to keep Kamala in play. But, you know, the people might not actually believe that, and that's what I'm counting on. So I'm looking forward to this next election when you guys are going to be proven wrong, and I'm going to be proven right. And just...
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Hey, it's Truth. There was nothing unintended, Summer. This was chaos by design by those in office who have led us to a lawless society. But Prop 36 is a Band-Aid against crime. It isn't bad per se, but it still allows free theft and no enhanced penalty if multiple offenders do $49,000 worth of damage. That's a wobbler in favor of criminals and against victims. I also disagree with any charges being expunged just because someone went to treatment temporarily to avoid prison time. Fentanyl being treated the same as meth, would that stop people from using the drugs in plain view? I've literally stepped on pipes while walking downtown. And as far as theft, I walked into a brand new restaurant in National City where I saw a police officer because a photographer had their bag of equipment stolen by a homeless addict. The restaurant owner told me that gangs pay addicts a couple of bucks to steal merchandise so they can resell it. Prop 47 has enabled gangs to flourish. I went to the UTC Mall recently. They've now added armed security. It's one of the safest areas to shop, but they are serious about preventing smash and grabs. I also met a guy on a trolley who told me he stole from every single Target along the trolley line. He showed me a stolen bag, stolen merchandise, and tried to sell me stolen knives for $7. Theft is an evil, and we must defend the good, hardworking business owners and workers who will go out of business, jobs will be cut, and people will die via drug abuse and violence via guns if crime is continually allowed in this state. The question is, Newscom keeps letting dangerous convicted criminals out of prison. How will this prop combat that? Is it possible we could lock him up for pushing policies that resulted in way over $50,000 in damage statewide? How anyone could support Prop 47 and go to a cult convention with Newscom is beyond crazy. That's you, Nora. Fault also lies upon the law enforcement who refuse to follow the just law and arrest criminals. Thank you for listening to one of the many people of color who've never stolen or gone to prison, because no one's forced to steal. It's called food banks, working, or even just asking someone for help. Quit the bullying and harassment, and quit being victims, and level up your lives. Absolutely disgusting what I've witnessed.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it, and I appreciate all the speakers calling in on this. I know it's a tough item here, but I think we need it. And I want to thank Supervisor Anderson, our District Attorney Summer Steffen, for partnering me on this item in support of Prop 36, the Homeless, Drug Addiction, and Theft Reduction Act that proposed to reform Proposition 47 and has qualified for the upcoming ballot. I do believe government's #1 responsibility is to provide safe communities where families and businesses can thrive. Without safety, we don't have a functioning society. Proposition 36 will give us a chance to take back our state from the rampant drug use and crime we've seen in our communities, urban areas, and businesses. In 2014, California passed Proposition 47, a measure that reduced criminal penalties. The results, I think, have been disastrous, with California being a hotbed of crime, a lot of smash and grabs, drug use, and homelessness in the last 10 years. And I'll agree with my speakers. With the speakers that came forward, we need education. We need determined. We need to help those who can't help themselves. At the county, we have food assistance, we have rental assistance, we have mental health assistance, we have assistance for just about everything you could possibly ask for, but there are, unfortunately, are still those that don't want it or won't take it. So we have to have some sort of consequences when it comes to crime. Right now, with the retail theft, you can seal up under $950 per occurrence without any consequences. And with Proposition 36, as our district attorney mentioned, you can have up to 4 occurrences. 4, before you maybe be charged with a felony. And as she stated earlier today, this does not lead to prison right away. This doesn't do that. But we have to have a balance, and somebody mentioned common sense. What's the balance? How many times do we allow somebody to continue that activity of stealing in retail theft? Is it forever? Is it 5 times? Is it 10 times? What is it? Because we offer a lot of help, but unfortunately not everybody is willing or ready to take it. So we have to have some type of an incentive to get people into that help. I do not want to put everybody in jail. We do not. That is not the intent here. The intent is to get people into the help they need so they can make better decisions for themselves in life, get them the opportunities, get them the food they need if they're starving. We have food assistance programs. We do all those things. Maybe not as best as we could, but those things are offered and are here at the county. We already do that. We need a balance. Okay, how much crime is too much crime? Well, an infinite amount of crime is too much. I don't know if 4 is the right number or not, but that's what's in 36, and a lot of people signed on to this thing. So in California, crime's out of hand with shoplifting. I know it's down in San Diego County, but shoplifting, organized crime, carjacking, and drug use is through the roof. Businesses are closing. Our everyday products like razors and lotions and things like that are locked up behind plexiglass. You got to find a clerk if they showed up for work that day to get what you need. We can't continue to live this way. There has to be consequences. There's got to be something that gets somebody into the help they need, that gets somebody into that. Jail is the last place we want anybody. We want them to get into the help they need. So Proposition 36 seeks to reform Prop 47 to correct the mistakes it made and make California a safer place. As mentioned, the measure will also address the fentanyl crisis gripping the state by increasing penalties for trafficking and dealing. Yes, some people get busted for fentanyl, but not enough. Not enough. It'll close loopholes in the law to stop repeat offenders, repeat shoplifters. Not somebody just trying to steal a loaf of bread, but somebody that does it every day in and day out and doesn't ask for assistance. I also want to say that this is not about locking everyone up. I know that's the fear that's out there, but that's not the intent. In addition to the tougher penalties, which are being used to incentivize people to get the help they need, Prop 36 will offer alternatives to incarceration, such as mandated treatment. If we can get somebody into mandated treatment after whatever number, a few occurrences, that's good. But by offering these critical services, we can address the root causes of crime and homelessness and incarceration. I think helping individuals rebuild their lives while ensuring public safety. We've got to have a balance. We've got to have a line that says, no, you can no longer continue with this type of activity or retail theft. This measure is an opportunity for Californians to take back their state from the drug dealers, organized crime gangs, and serial shoplifters plaguing our communities. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes to have our county take a position in support of Proposition 36 to address the homelessness and drug epidemic that people are stuck in and are not receiving the help that they need. We need incentives to get them into that help. So I'll move to approve item 5. Thank you.
All right, so Proposition 36. Look, the safety and well-being of our communities is absolutely a top priority for me, and I'm going to continue to do everything I can to advocate for innovative and effective solutions to address the root cause of crime and substance use. And that includes sentencing reform to address the inequities of racial and ethnic disparities of our criminal justice system. And while I'm deeply concerned about the rise of fentanyl sales and its impact on our communities, Proposition 36 is not the right solution. Proposition 36 actually disproportionately affects the most vulnerable populations and communities of color that I particularly represent. Instead of expanding access to care and actually focusing on harm reduction services, this initiative pushes the communities further into the cycle of incarceration and marginalization. I do want to note that to some of the items that have been raised today, Governor Newsom recently signed a landmark legislation that actually cracks down on retail crime and property theft, demonstrating a targeted approach to addressing these types of crimes. So this is the type of focus and effective action we need, not a blanket policy like Prop 36 that fails to address the root of the problem. We can be tough on crime, but without sacrificing the well-being of our most vulnerable communities and populations. This initiative disproportionately affects the vulnerable populations and communities of color that for too long have been impacted by policies that instead of prioritizing restorative justice, it does actually focus on unduly severe approaches. So instead of expanding access to care and harm reduction services, this initiative pushes these communities into a cycle of incarceration and marginalization. When someone is struggling with addiction or mental health challenges, incarceration alone doesn't solve the problem. Prop 36 doesn't prioritize increasing access to the behavioral health services that are desperately needed. We have a responsibility and an opportunity to ensure that resources are available to support those struggling with substance abuse and use disorder. So I'm grateful for all the work that is being done locally to be able to move this forward, but we must innovate and find ways to protect our communities, prioritize restorative justice, increase access to care, and support more harm reduction programs. For these reasons, I oppose Proposition 36. However, if you look at the board letter that was presented today, the board letter states that there is no fiscal impact on the County of San Diego. I beg to differ. And so I'm going to ask the CAO, I'm going to make a substitute motion and ask, then direct the CAO to work with relevant groups and departments to provide an analysis of how the changes to Proposition 47 through the potential passage of Proposition 36 may impact funding for county services with a specific focus on behavioral health services, housing and development services, and homelessness-related programs, and return to the board on October 8th with a multiple scenario analysis so the board can consider taking a position on Proposition 36. So that's my substitute motion. Thank you. Do you want to make comments?
What do you want to go?
Go ahead.
So I want to go over a couple of points here. There are misconceptions and misguided narratives when it comes to Prop 36 and overturning of Prop 47, and I want to address some of the things that I've heard today. We did hear some of the public comment talk about shoplifting rates. They are down in San Diego County by 21%. Burglaries are down by 18%. that is within the city of San Diego, which encompasses majority of my district, but they are down. And I also want to say that when Prop 47 passed, there was already a ramping up in an effort to ensure that it would not be successful. And so this is not just about, oh, well, let's look at the statistics now, because the statistics tell us that in many ways, the redirection of the funding is working for people. That's what it's telling us. It really is not about that. This was to fulfill an effort that was made back in 2014, I believe it was, when Prop 47 passed. And it goes to what we see history repeating itself over and over and over and over again. We're using new narratives and new words, but it's the same type of iteration of what was and still is the myth of the black criminal. Now, I say the myth of the black criminal, that now has its tentacles out to many different communities, particularly communities of color and low-income communities. But that was a myth that was started to perpetuate and justify the system of slavery that this nation had. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more later, because we have some more items. I'm not going to get too deep into it, but what sometimes seems like, an isolated support of something is really a part of a larger context that I believe is we're just going back in history and redoing it again. And speaking of that history, I don't want us to forget about California's overutilization of these types of ineffective policies that are coined as tough on crime, but that ballooned our prison population to a level that was deemed cruel and unusual punishment and ultimately unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. So this is why we're here. This is why Prop 47 passed, because the courts told us we had too many people in jail and prison. That's why there was a need for this type of reform. And it is well understood that these failed policies cause disproportionate and irreparable harm to communities of color up and down the state, which the impacts of are still felt strongly today, which is also where a lot of the passion comes from when we hear our public commenters and people in the community that are either directly or indirectly negatively impacted by our criminal legal system. So given these racist practices within the justice system, the passage of Prop 36 would represent a revival of such policy and such practices. Passage will continue to have disproportionate impacts on Californians of color and will continue to be exacerbated by the social and economic disadvantages that communities of color have presently and historically faced. I just want to read one quote from Benjamin Henwood, director of the USC Center of Homelessness, Housing, and Health Equity Research, who said that this measure might help some people get sober, but for many people that won't be enough to end their homelessness. While being sober might make someone more likely to get a job, it won't make housing any less expensive. The question is, once treatment is up, where do they go? The other question is, if we're putting this money back into our criminal legal system, then we're taking it out of education, we're taking it out of community development, of mental health systems, substance use treatment, trauma recovery, reentry supports, and crime prevention programming. We have to make a choice at some point. And we're going backwards. And I know in the moment, emotionally, especially for people who directly have experienced crime and are victims, it is hard. But I also know victims of state violence. There are victims also of state violence that we don't call victims. Oftentimes, we label as criminals. So I cannot support Prop 36 moving forward. I just think about the history of this country. I know that everyone wants to be safe. That is shared across all our communities. There's no doubt about that. The issue, I think, where we disagree is the methodology of getting there. But I see this as a part of a continuum of way back to the Fugitive Slave Act, the sharecropping system, racial covenants, mass incarceration, and now what I am seeing as a new Jim Crow, and a lot of this coming up under the guise of homelessness. So it's continuing on, and I am not, although I will do every effort to keep communities members safe, I am in that for the long haul. And this is another short-term solution because folks didn't do what they were supposed to do when it passed, which was continue to make all aspects of our government more inclusive for everyone, and for everyone to have access to affordable housing, to have access to mental health treatment, to have access to the things that we should be providing. So I'm not going to use communities as scapegoat. I'm here to do the hard work. And so for that, I won't be supporting any kind of resolution to support or send a message from this county that we're supporting Prop 36.
Vice Chair Lawson-Weaver.
Thank you. So let's be clear. Stealing is wrong, plain and simple. That's what I've taught my preschooler and what hardworking parents across San Diego County have taught their children. So laws that let organized groups steal $949 worth of merchandise on a Monday, another $949 on a Tuesday, and another $949 on a Wednesday are antithetical to San Diego values and common sense. But the good news is we don't need Prop 36 to deal with this loophole. Governor Newsom recently signed AB 1802 and AB 2943 to end this absurd loophole and allow aggregation across crimes and counties so that our district attorney and sheriff deputies can do their jobs. So, thanks to this legislative fix, prosecutors in San Diego County and beyond can now aggregate the cost of theft and elevate these mischaracterized misdemeanors into the felonies they are to effectively dismantle organized retail theft rings. So DA and deputies, go get them. But the reality is that the legislature just passed an entire series of bills closing the primary loopholes in Prop 47. So my instinct is to give these laws a chance to work before we start changing the state constitution to pass a bill that could cost taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars to lock up nonviolent offenders while dismantling our ability to treat the drug addiction on our streets. We have been working on this board tirelessly to clean up our mental health and addiction crisis. And I am extremely concerned about the reports that increased costs from Prop 36 would defund critical and vital mental health programs currently funded by the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Fund. The last time California voted on a proposition numbered 36 was in 2012, when we overwhelmingly ended the ineffective 3 strikes law that overcrowded our prisons and did nothing to keep us safer. Today's Proposition 36 risks doing the same thing that 3 strikes did, and worse, because we may be robbing Peter to pay Paul. As it appears that Prop 36 may be posed to defund vital substance abuse, mental health, and other services. To address the challenges we face, we need data-driven policies that we know work to keep our communities safer. So let's talk for a moment about what's at risk if we pass Prop 36. So by all accounts, the increased costs from Prop 36 will completely eliminate the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Fund. That's $95 million a year currently earmarked for mental health and addiction treatment, K-12 programs, and trauma recovery for victims. We know these programs work based on over a decade of careful data analysis. The data shows that the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Fund housing program led to a 60% reduction in homelessness. The data shows that the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Fund employment program led to a 50% reduction in unemployment. And we know that it is extremely expensive to arrest and then release drug users, just to arrest them again. We know that when we do this, 45% of the time, they end up back on the streets doing drugs and then back in jail. But the addiction programs funded by the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Fund have reduced recidivism rates by 62%, down to just 15% of people ending up back in jail. So this is what we're talking about when we need to be safety through services. I do not believe we can afford to divest from the programs that keep our communities safe and drug-free. And while I support the reforms to Prop 47 loopholes addressed by the governor's legislative package, it seems it would be extremely irresponsible to defund the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Fund without further data. That's why I was happy to support the motion made by my colleague to bring back fiscal analysis so we can make a wise and thoughtful and evidence-based decision about how to best protect our communities. I'm happy to support the chairwoman's substitute motion, which will allow us to reconsider Prop 36 on October 8th, along with informed fiscal analysis. So the motion on the floor made by my colleague, which I'm happy to support, does not take a position on Prop 36 today, but rather allows us to consider Prop 36 on October 8th when it returns, informed by data, especially data regarding the fiscal impact on these vital programs for our county. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond?
Well, I was going to ask if, I thought you said at our next meeting that it would come back. Can we get it at the end of September meeting, so that gives approximately 30 days for staff to come back with analysis?
October 8th, so that they have enough time, because we have a couple of different big initiatives. I think October 8th gives them enough time to be able to, a little bit more than 30 days.
Well, I'd like to formally ask that it come back sooner than that, because this is on
my
the
motion
ballot.
says, my motion says October 8th. Appreciate your request, but my motion says October 8th.
I would like to continue and finish my thought.
Okay. I was answering your question, sir.
You did answer my question, but as a supervisor, I also get to speak on items. So if waiting till October, because this is on the ballot, and October 8th, the ballots will have been out by that date. I'd like to have the decision made by this body before that happens. So I'm formally requesting that we move that up. I guess an amendment to your motion is the question, to move that up to the end of September meeting.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Appreciate it. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
So this is to delay it for the review, correct?
Right. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a recess. We'll be back at 1:30 exactly for item 2021. Thank you.
Board is in recess until 1:30 this afternoon. morning. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, we'll call to order the continuation of the board session from yesterday, April 30th, 2024. We'll now move on to discussion item 22, notice public hearing and ordinance to amend Article 20, Section 364.6 of the San Diego County Administrative Code relating to medical examiner fees and charges. We'll hand the floor to the county team for a presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. We're here today to request your approval of updates to the current fee schedule for the Department of the Medical Examiner. If approved, these would go into effect beginning in fiscal year 24-25. All 6 medical examiner fees were reviewed by the auditor and controller who approved the supporting documentation and methodology for the proposed fee adjustments. Joining me today is Dr. John Lucas, Chief Deputy Medical Examiner for the County of San Diego. Dr. Lucas?
Thank you, Holly. The Department of the Medical Examiner is the county's independent agency that investigates and determines the cause and manner of death in all homicides, suicides, accidents, and certain sudden and unexpected natural deaths. The department provides reports to various county customers, including the general public, the media, the justice system, and other public and private entities. And we share data to help identify health trends. The medical examiner has a total of 6 fees, which include services related to document and photograph production, family requested autopsies, microscope use by external consultants, and personal protective gear used by autopsy observers. These fees were last adjusted in 2018. We are proposing increases for 5 of the 6 fees. These increases are primarily due to negotiated salary and benefit increases that have occurred over the years since 2018. We're proposing a decrease in 1 fee, which is the fee charge for the use of personal protective equipment, or PPEs, provided to external autopsy observers. The proposed fee is lower as a result of cost reductions for the paper shoe covers, surgical masks, gloves, and lab coats that we provide. We acknowledge that 6 years is a long time between fee packages. The department was delayed by COVID in 2020 and 2021 and had management changes in 2022 that again delayed the packages. Today's proposed package was initiated last year. Going forward, the department will review fees and propose revisions as necessary on an annual basis. The proposed amendment to fees and charges will ensure full cost recovery in alignment with Board Policy B29. I would like to provide a bit of explanation for the proposed fee related to printing and photocopying documents. That's the second item on the chart, which is $1.90 per page. Although this may seem high, the fee includes not just the time it actually takes to photocopy our documents, it actually includes the time to retrieve our physical file, select the relevant documents, prepare them for copying, such as separating single and double-sided pages and accounting for variably sized documents, photocopying and then reassembling and then physically mailing the documents and then restoring the file. The new proposed fee would result in a typical file costing between $19 and $28.50. I think it's also important to point out that families are provided a first physical copy at no charge. Digital copies requested by families or any requesting party are free. Family requested autopsies, which are the 4th item on the chart, are autopsies requested by families for their own purposes. In these cases, we either do not have jurisdiction, or if we do have jurisdiction, we do not need the autopsy for our purposes. Families may request that the medical examiner perform the autopsy for our fee, but there are other options they can choose, such as private companies, hospitals, or even other counties. We typically perform approximately 25 to 30 of these autopsies per year. Regarding all our fees, the proposed increases are within the range or below the 3 other California counties we used as benchmarks. For all the fees in their totality, it is anticipated that the proposed changes would result in total revenue increasing from approximately $121,000 to $179,000, a net increase of $58,215 in the first year. If the board advises phasing in the fee increases, we would recommend a 2-year plan, with half the increase implied in year 1 It is anticipated that option B would provide $29,134 in additional revenue in the first year, and of course that would be the same amount less than full cost recovery. Given negotiated salary increases, we would not achieve full cost recovery in year 2 without reassessing our fees, which we would do next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lucas. This recommendation requests the board consider an ordinance amending the section of the San Diego County Administrative Code related to medical examiner fees. If the board takes action as recommended, then on May 21st, 2024, the proposed ordinance will be brought back to the board for consideration and adoption. And this concludes our presentation, and we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll now call forward the public speakers. We have 5 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person, 2 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 comment in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 22 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in opposition. All speakers are in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall. I'd like to invite forward allegedly Audra, Brian Tarumba, and Mark. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
My person uses the name Audra. Sad because Mark and Bryant aren't here because you guys stopped the meeting yesterday. So you lose people being able to come in and speak about items. So I just feel like you should be mindful of the public when you're doing that, because it actually takes away their opportunity to speak. And it's not really fair when you say you want to hear from the public. So as far as all these fees go, we continue to just increase fees. And, you know, it's always paid by the customer. And when we have medical examiners who, while, you know, some of them during COVID and after these genocide shots that have been given have been forthcoming in the information that they're finding in the bodies of these humans that are blood clots, things that are like something they've never seen before. And sometimes you'll hear some coming out with it and then other ones don't. And it's really sad because, you know, the public should be concerned about injecting themselves with these bioweapons. And people like this should be telling the public that and making it known. Instead, it's being hidden, like a lot of things. And that's really terrifying to think about, because people believe that they're good, because they want to believe that the government isn't out to harm them. But if you understand what's going on, you know these injections are causing such horrible reactions and death and so much. And now instead of like acknowledging that, we say, well, it was COVID that did this, or, you know, there's all of these, you know, new vaccines to help with what that vaccine's done to people. And people have died because they trusted what they were told. And it's really sad to think that, you know, we can just up fees for a service that it's like, if they can't tell the people the truth, what's the point of them being there?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, first of all of these fees going up is fine for the county, because the Federal Reserve Bank is causing inflation, and the CEOs and, of course, the government just taxes us no matter what, so they're not worried about money. But they're just raising fees. They will steal from us through taxes. Government profits while lowering our standard of living. Now, there are some videos on YouTube, and I usually show some titles. And the ones that got here just in time, I might add, they're particular to this, to understanding this. Rosa Corey, this video title on YouTube. You can start at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And very importantly, Zeitgeist Addendum, which I'll have to find here. It's, here it is. The Zeitgeist Addendum video will teach a 5th grader in 17 minutes how the Federal Reserve works. So they're raising fees and of course they're claiming that's going to help us, help the community's health. I mean, it's absurd, of course, just on the face of it. And it's all because the government refuses to stop the bankers from causing inflation, which Andrew Jackson's entire campaign was built on when he stopped them from forming a national bank. And President Lincoln was probably killed for when he issued greenbacks. So to have these leaders sit up here right now, looking down, ignoring me, what they should be telling you this. You think they're your representatives. They're not. They're corporate agents, and some of them are better than others. I appreciate your article, Jim, on the immigration. But the bottom line is they're corporate officers, and they're not here to help us, or they'd be telling you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, we had 2 requests to speak by phone. I don't see those individuals in the call queue at this time, so that would conclude public comment. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Montgomery Stein.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I wanted to know if we have any hardship funding for families who request autopsies. Do we have anything that would help families to do so? I see the option A is a pretty big jump, and so I'm inclined to go with option B, but I want to know if we have any hardship funding for folks who have requested an autopsy.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. I don't believe that we do have that. In fact, government code does require us, it does specifically say for family requested autopsies that the requester must bear the cost. So we do have options for other fees if there are hardships to waive those fees, but that one in particular seems that it's actually in the government code.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for that answer. I'm going to go ahead and move option B and see what my colleagues have to say about that. Thank you.
Chairwoman Vargas has indicated she will second the motion. Supervisor Desmond.
I just have a question, and I get it, the fees have to go up and things like that, but, you know, recently I've heard from families that it takes way too long for them to get a determination on deaths. And they're in agony, throughout the whole ordeal, and it drags out and drags out. What are we doing, or what's the medical office doing to get that information to people quicker as to the cause of death? And I realize a lot goes into it, and there's a lot of chemistry or whatever that has to be done. But what can we do to get closure for people that are in agony while this is going to happen?
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. I appreciate the question. You know, we have been taking longer than we should, and we recognize that. And but I can tell you that we have been grateful for some of the resources we've received over the last year and into next year, hopefully, that are being put in place. We are currently, and that includes additional staffing, additional equipment in the lab. These are all adjustments to some of the impacts that we've received from the opioid crisis, which really was the thing that put us in the hole, if you will. That being said, we've made a lot of progress over the last year, and we have more to go, but we are continuing on that path in terms of getting reports out, completing things on time, trying to communicate with families along the way. And like I said, we've been very grateful for the resources that we have received through the budget process over the last year or so, and we're looking forward to this next year as well.
And Supervisor Desmond, I would just add that San Diego County is not unique in our timeframes for coming back with cause and manner of death. Unfortunately, the spikes in caseloads, as Dr. Lucas referred to with overdose deaths, is having an impact around the country, and particularly even here in California, there are some counties that won't even give a time frame for when they will come up with an answer. Just because of the crushing number of people that medical examiners throughout the state are seeing. It's very sad, but our timeframes are in line with if not better than, the other major counties within California. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, but if we're going to be increasing fees, we also should have efficiencies that come with that. Could we get a quarterly report on the amount of time or the average time it takes for people to receive that information and get that quarterly so we can hopefully see a trend towards the positive on that? I think that would be helpful if we get to see that to maybe have some improvements on those timelines. But I get it. It's hard. It's tough. It's not easy. Everybody's in the same boat. But if you're asking for more money, the public says, hey, let's do better then. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll note for the record that as Chairwoman Vargas, as part of the motion for option B, because option B does not provide full cost recovery, it would be appropriate for the board to also consider waiving board policy B29 as part of that motion.
Yes, we can make that part of the motion.
Thank you.
I am fine with adding that to the actual motion, being more than direction, the quarterly report. Okay.
And for purposes of the record, the changes listed on the slide with option B will be interlineated into the introduction of the ordinance based on a motion to approve option B.
Thank you, Claudia. With that, we have a motion by Supervisor Montgomery Steppe, a second by Chairwoman Vargas. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye. Next item for discussion is item 23, a notice public hearing, Finance and General Government Group fees and rates relating to Assessor, Recorder, County Clerk, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, and Office of County Counsel. We'll hand this to the county team for a presentation.
Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board, the item before you today is the Finance and General Government Group 2024 fee package proposal. This year's proposal from the Finance and General Government Group includes 2 new fees and changes to 25 existing fees or rates charged by 4 departments. The proposed changes to existing fees include 19 increases and 6 decreases. There are several reasons for the changes that are proposed today. First, Board Policy B29 directs departments to recover the full cost of services provided to agencies or individuals outside of the county enterprise. Second, it's important that the county is charging the correct cost to its customers. It's only fair to our customers to charge them for the actual cost of doing business and not more. And third, the cost of doing business changes over time. To ensure compliance with the board policy, fees should be reviewed and changes proposed as needed. And lastly, there are times when state or federal regulations may change, which could result in changes to business processes that then would have an effect on the county's fees and rates. Across the county enterprise, the cost recovery analysis is the same. It all starts with time studies to determine how much staff time is used for each of the fees the county charges. These time studies are ongoing and consistently being reviewed to ensure accuracy. In addition, as the county continues to implement new technology and processes to increase operational effectiveness, it's not uncommon to see decreases in staff time spent on each respective task. When we take this time study and apply it to all of our hourly rate calculations, it results in the new fee. Hourly rates are calculated by using the salary and benefit cost as well as any overhead costs, such as services and supplies that support the employee's function, such as technology, facilities, and utilities. When that department gets the full cost package with all the fees and rates they charge, they provide it to the auditor and controller for review. Next, I'll turn the presentation over to Deetra Williams of the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office to review the rates and fees being recommended for the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Deetra Williams. I'm with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, and I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. So TTC proposes updates to various fees that are charged for services performed. The updates are based on salary and benefit increases and current processes. These fees are imposed as a means for cost recovery for specialized services performed by TTC in the effort to collect delinquent taxes and ensure that properties are appropriately positioned to pay statutorily required property taxes. Most taxpayers in San Diego County who pay their property tax bills on time regularly and do not require additional specialized services from TTC will never be required to pay any of these fees. For most of these TTC fees, there is an increase in the total number of hours to perform the task due to increased support and communication with the taxpayers, additional time invested to perform thorough research, and the addition of tasks which were previously omitted. The proposed fees also include updates to direct costs due to pricing increases. You may ask, what has caused an increase in research time? In most cases where the research time is increased, it went from 3 to 6 minutes of research time, including in the previous rate, to 20 to 30 minutes of research. TTC determined that it is not realistically feasible to identify the applicable taxpayer, locate the tax liens in the recorder's office, and obtain property tax records from archives in 3 to 6 minutes. To give these cases their proper due diligence, more time is spent on these activities. Many of the significant increases also come in the form of increased time supporting and communicating with taxpayers. After recent analysis, it was determined that we spend more time advocating for the taxpayers by communicating with other departments, special districts, and the taxpayers themselves to ensure that the taxpayers are well informed about the process, all proper documentation is provided, and that calculations are accurate. TTC has taken on more of a liaison role rather than sending the taxpayers back and forth between other departments and districts. TTC also proposes decreases in several fees, including the delinquent tax installment plan or 5-year plan setup, certificate of lien preparation, release of lien, unsecured final notice, tax sale county auction, and excess proceeds notice fees due to efficiencies established through business process improvement. We also propose a new fee called Enforcement Officer Unsecured Final Notice Fee, which is proposed to recover costs when an enforcement officer is required to issue a final notice or demand for payment. And to note, the last update for TTC fees occurred in 2019. Thank you.
Next up, we have Luis Pedraza with the Assessor Recorder County Clerk's Office.
Good morning, Chair. ARCC, Assessor Recorder County Clerk, proposes non-substantive changes to 3 of its fees related to its image distribution service. This service provides subscribers the opportunity to obtain records via electronically through our internet portal. There are no changes to those fees, just clarifications and non-substantive changes. In addition, ARCC does propose a new fee to accommodate historical and custom requests. This is a new fee, but it does not change any of our fees because it does rely on our self-service e-commerce. Customers do have the option to do that, to obtain copies through their e-commerce portal, but the new fee does include the ability for our hourly time and labor rates, including the cost of materials and the selection of third-party costs that are incurred from a vendor. This new proposed fee specifies that the service is not covered, that we can charge those third-party fees through our IT outsourcer when requesting copies for historical bulk copies.
Thank you. And we'll conclude with an update from Yvette Lefevre from the Office of County Counsel.
Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. I'm Yvette, Chief of County Council's Admin Services Division. So what I'm going to speak to you about is our increase in the attorney and paralegal hourly rates, respectively. The Office of County Counsel provides legal services to billable clients, including special districts and enterprise funds. As a reminder, we do not provide legal services to the public. The chart on this slide details the proposed changes to the billable rates that are being considered as part of this item. They are the attorney and paralegal rates, respectively. As reflected here, both rates are increasing. These increases are due to the estimated increases in County Council's operational costs, including salaries and benefits and services and supplies costs. Specifically, the County Council's estimated S&B cost increases are tied to negotiated labor increases. Further, it's estimated the salaries and supplies cost increases are tied to anticipated improvements to our technology systems, including the practice management system that we use to manage all existing claims, cases, and advisory matters. It is necessary for County Council to remain current with the business systems and technology used throughout the legal community so that we are equipped to provide adequate and efficient legal services given the high volume, fast-paced workload that we are managing. To note, these rates were last amended by the board in 2023, respectively. Thank you.
And last up for the Finance and General Government Group is Andrew Potter with Clerk of the Board.
Thank you, Ebony. The Clerk of the Board provides a multitude of services to the board, county departments, and the public. There are two fees charged by the Clerk's office that are before the board for consideration, and they're detailed on this chart. The first fee is the copies of audio recordings. This fee is charged when a member of the public requests a copy of audio recordings from a Board of Supervisors meeting, a property tax assessment appeal hearing, county hearing officer hearing, or other public meetings. This was last reviewed and approved by the board in 2022. We only receive at most 5 requests per year, as most recordings are transmitted electronically or are available online to download. The next fee is the Written Assessment Appeals Board Findings and Conclusions. Property owners may request a written summary of the facts and evidence that is used by the Property Tax Assessment Appeals Board in reaching its decision on a property tax assessment appeal. The Revenue and Taxation Code allows for a reasonable fee to be imposed by the county to cover the expense of preparing the findings and conclusions. Rule 308 of the California Board of Equalization Property Tax Rules also states the county may impose a reasonable fee as determined by the Board of Supervisors to cover the expense of preparing the findings and conclusion and may require a deposit to be paid prior to the end of the hearing. This fee was last reviewed and approved by the board in 2022. We only receive about 10 requests per year for written findings, and a vast majority of these requests are by commercial property owners for commercial appeals. The primary driver behind the increase is the addition of the Assessment Appeals Board stipends. Previously, their cost for preparing the written findings was not included, as this fee was absorbed by the department. In an effort to ensure full cost recovery, the board member stipends were included in the fee calculations as well as standard overhead fees. I'll note that while the increase is substantial, the fee is lower than what other similar counties charge, with the average minimum of about $562.
Thank you, Andrew. The recommendations before your board today are to adopt a resolution that approves the changes to the hourly billing rates for attorney and paralegal services, approve the introduction of 4 ordinances that would amend fees related to debt services and the clerk of the board services. And if the board approves the ordinances, submit the ordinances for further consideration and adoption at the May 21st, 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting. This concludes the staff presentation, and we're available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. We'll now hear from members of the public that requested to speak on this item. We have 6 requests, 3 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone on item 23, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. I also will note that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite Mark, allegedly Audra, and Brian Trumbaugh. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and again, please state your name for the record.
person uses the name Audra. So Mark is here. Didn't realize he was behind me, but I am making a correction to my mistake. It's easy to do. People should do it more. This is quite funny because it's like paying somebody to rob you, right? It's like, we're going to have to rob you, so we need you to pay us for it. And then if you don't, then we'll still rob you more and take your house. It's all a big scam. It's kind of sad because it's like we have to get full cost recovery for screwing you over. Because if the taxes went to what people wanted, right, and then it would probably be good. Or if people could spend the money, like all the money that you guys take, if the people that were giving it to you could dictate where it went, it would probably go to actually really good things and like making things around them better, not just going into the pockets or going like, we're going to ship the money around and then, oh gosh, we can't take care of that, dang it, and you're going to lose your house because there's a storm. It's just sad because it's like everything you guys do, it's like you act like you're providing us a service that's like beneficial to us, and it's not, but you're telling us we have to pay for it and increase pay for it. Even like the paralegal and the attorneys, like, you don't get to use that service, but you're gonna pay for it for us. It's good. It's good. It's just funny because it's such a scam and people, even paying taxes, like income tax, is a voluntary system. And people believe that they have to do it because they get in these contracts with the government, and then they can come after you when you're in that contract. But it's like when we don't get in these contracts, they can't. It's an illusion. But it's sad to think that if you don't pay these increase in fees, they come and take your house. And that's the point. It's like, look at Lahaina, look at the storm stuff. All these people have lost everything, and they're not going to be able to rebuild, but somebody will.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, Audra's right, and the flood victims are a good example. And of course, if society was functioning correctly, then people could afford to pay for their own lives. And I mean, when I was young, people had medical, and they just paid for it themselves. And life was a lot better in general. The present generation has no idea how totally they're being screwed over. There are some things that were good, that our society has gotten better, but in general, it's a scam. It's actually been a scam for a long time, since before 1913, but people need to see this film, this YouTube video, from 6 minutes, 40 seconds to 24 minutes. It's about 17 minutes to teach you why inflation is happening, how it's happening, who's doing it to you. It's the Federal Reserve. And so because of that, people that don't make a lot of money simply can't afford to live. They work their whole lives and they can't retire. And they're trying to retire, and a lot of them wind up homeless. And they can't afford these fees. And then the corporation nation, this is really long, so I'll summarize this YouTube title for you. Your parents, your grandparents have been paying taxes forever. The government's invested it. You see them collaborating every morning, every Tuesday they have this meeting. They're doing proclamations and showing you the companies that they're partnering with. Well, that's fascism. We're the most fascist government ever to be, the most socialist government ever to be practically, except for maybe China, and with all our cameras and 5G and stuff, we're catching up fast. So they own almost everything. And these companies own a lot of the stock in almost everything around you, especially stuff the government invests in. And that's about it for now. I'm out of time, as usual.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Paul Bold. I am glad that the tax fees, the county council's fee increases are within the bounds of the cost of living, but with the 100% plus fee increases, what planet did the treasurer tax collector from? And the clerk's 189% increase for written assessment appeals board findings and conclusions is absolutely outrageous. Maybe he wants to hide the truth from people who can't afford the 189% raise from 169 to 490 by charging so much. I noticed that the treasurer is raising a lot of fees to account for increased staff costs, about 6%, excessive but not outrageous. But then he increases a lot of fees due to the increased time, like 3 minutes, to provide service. Most of these are services we use already. So, for instance, the 158% increase from 108 to 279 in the subdivision map text clearance certificate fee means about a 152% increase for time required in map reviews and providing the service, which is totally outrageous for an existing service. If these people did not work for the county, they would not get this sort of raise. I noticed the assessor has a new fee for custom image distribution. Sounds kind of like Vegas, the way he charged it variably. But this is San Diego. Anyway, you should reject this motion and not soak the poor or overcharge the people you represent.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. And for the board's reference, Chairwoman has indicated that she will make a motion on this item. On behalf of the Chairwoman, any of her colleagues have any comments? Okay. We have a motion by Chairwoman Vargas, a second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye. Next item for discussion is item 26, adoption of a new population category for San Diegans of Middle Eastern and North African descent. We'll begin with the public speakers on this item. We have 12 requests to speak, 4 in person and 8 requesting to speak by phone. We also received 10 e-comments on this item in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the speaker in favor, followed by the speakers in opposition. I'd like to invite forward Maitili Bala, followed by the speakers in opposition, Mark, Brian Rumba, allegedly Audra, and then we also received one individual who registered their opposition but did not wish to address the board. You have 2 minutes to address the board. Please state your name for the audio record.
One person uses the name Audra. How you doing, Nora? You feeling okay? Are your nads all right? On your throat? Oh, nodules, I'm sorry. That sucks. Hopefully it gets better soon. But it is kind of nice that you're not so aggressive. This kind of makes you softer, so it's nice. This is interesting because it's like with the invasion on our border, right? We have all of these ethnicities coming across. I mean, is this equitable to only include just a couple? I guess I don't really know how many we have in this county that we have considered a population. Does there just have to be a certain amount of them for you to do that? Like, I don't understand how that works. But I'm just wondering, there's a lot of people coming across the border, right? They're just flooding in. And I'm wondering, because there's a lot of them are criminals, right? A lot of them are pedophiles. I mean, we had a 5-year-old little girl be raped. So I'm wondering, do they get a population too, since there's so many of them? But like, again, with all of the different nationalities, I mean, are you not welcoming them all? I mean, we are, right, Nora? We have to have the open border. Otherwise it's xenophobic. So is it xenophobic if we don't acknowledge every single one of them and just consider them all to be the population? Why can't we just do a human race too? That's kind of, right? I mean, we're all humans. And then the more that we like have to separate each other and put each other in groups, we're just creating division. We all bleed the same color, right? I don't know, maybe you guys bleed a different color. Is it black? I don't know. But I mean, is it fair to do that? Like, why do we have to keep separating and being like, you don't check this box, these people will get something over you? There's no equity in that at all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, I don't really have a problem with this, except that there's only one race, the human race, and the way this will be used by the corporation is definitely to divide and conquer, which is what they always do, not just with race, but with religion, economics, absolutely anything at all that they can divide us with. It was very clear in the founding of our country that the main thing the founding fathers were saying is governments eventually get too big and they become evil. So it's always actually the people against the government just having too much power, which it definitely does now. And anything else is an illusion. So all these videos titles are on YouTube or BitChute or Rumble here, except for there's one article. So I'll go through them real quick. Rosa Corey started 3 minutes and 30 seconds and 17 minutes, that one you'll have to see the whole thing. It's about 26 minutes. And you will understand infinitely more about this corporation and what they're doing. She is an expert California court witness. This is her before the legislature telling people, telling the legislature about Agenda 21 that she personally witnessed working for the Department of Transportation here in California. And she is recognized as an expert court witness. FEMA, see this article. This is not a video. It's an article. You can Google it. No organization should have the powers that FEMA has. It's police state powers, basically. They don't always use them. It depends on the emergency. But the fact that they could is unacceptable in a constitutional republic. Only because people out there are ignoring this and putting up with it could we have such a totalitarian society. Zeitgeist again started 6 minutes, 40 seconds. Watch it for 17 minutes. And you and your kids will understand the banking. 1945, we signed the UN treaty. Everything that our government's been doing from on high is UN goals and dictates. It's totally against our sovereignty. Nobody even knows it. That should be stopped. It was illegitimate constitutionally.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller. The first caller is Mohammed Tuama. Your device might be muted. We'll come back to that caller.
The name of this category is a bit weird, but it makes sense, limited sense. People are people and everyone has different needs. Moreover, I'm shocked that even in San Diego, people of Mideast or North African descent would have to self-identify as Caucasian and white on U.S. census and other government forms because there's no dedicated ethnicity category for them. And this would be helpful in medical settings, for instance, to zero in on allergies and germs that might affect these people more, or police or similar actions or their ethnicity might help to explain their behavior and offer guidance on how to deal with them. However, if used for equity purposes, this is just one more way to pit neighbor against neighbor, so please do not use the category for equity purposes like you and a lot of governments do.
Divide and conquer.
We are, after all of the human race.
Yep.
Good job, Joel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
For the record, the speaker was Paul the Bold. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth. I am awake and alive. This is yet another item where Joel shows us true money colors. It's all about the Benjamins for Phone It In, Joel. Money, 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 money. Nobody here at the county, and especially not Joel, cares whether somebody's out of Middle Eastern or North African descent. When they check Caucasian white, Joel loses out on money and quotas for District 2. It's just that simple. Truth is, I could tell you more about these various cultures more than Joel ever could. While Joel's busy scrolling his phone looking up the closest fast food junk, I'm looking up Iraqi food like samoon, falafels, lamajin, or desserts like kleche and malmoul. Syrian food like manakish, and Libyan desserts like basbousa, and kanafa and baklava from everybody. Just Joel doesn't know that. Even the White House doesn't really care about Americans of Middle Eastern or North African descent because they're not even creating the box to check until 2030. And the state's following suit like the puppets that run it are. And that includes Joel as the local level who gets to play his part, pretending he cares that anyone's voices are clearly heard, their needs are addressed, and their contributions are recognized. What a crop. I don't even have a correct box to check on the census. I look and look for the American box, and it doesn't exist. See, this whole system is the exclusive, not inclusive kind. Just like the sustainability impact statement says, quote, the proposal to include a MENA category in federal, state, and local data collection effort, end quote. Data collection. And in exchange for the data to the state, the county gets more money. And then the state hands over the data to the federal government, who gives them more money. It's a racket. That's not even guaranteed representation for that private information. But fun fact about the census, nobody has to fill out anything except the amount of people in the home. The rest is optional Big Brother information.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Mohammed Tuama, item 26. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Mohammed Tuama with the Middle Eastern Community Center. Thank you very much for bringing up this item. I would like to first start with thanking Supervisor Joel Anderson for having his staff present at our Middle Eastern Festival last month and recognizing the Middle Eastern Business Association with their contribution to the community, and that was last April 13th. This item is receiving a lot of support from nonprofits, but some opposition from community members. So if that's to move forward, please, all Board of Supervisors, please have the community voice heard. And we know where your heart is, and we know that you would like to support our community. Again, Mohammed Tuama, Middle Eastern Community Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Rahma Abdi. Hi, good morning. My name is Rahma Abdi. I'm a director of organizing and campaign at the Partnership for Advancement of New Americans. We serve refugee and immigrant community from Middle East, Africa, and South Asia. Our community faces disparity in health, safety, housing, education. But without data, MENA community classified as white struggle to show inequality in their daily lives. Government struggle to allocate spending and design a policy to reflect our community needs. We support Supervisor Anderson's proposal to change this reality with the data collection of MENA community. Changes to 2030 census will not come soon enough. We need to act now to make sure our community voice counts. By gathering the local data, San Diego County could ensure that local programs respond to community needs, including interpretation for vital services under Language Access Policy, A139. By backing AB 2763, San Diego County would support statewide data collection to address equity concerns statewide. Counting our community is the first step to make our community voice heard, and we urge the supervisor to support this measure, and thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Maisli Bala. I am also calling from the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. Thank you so much to the Board of Supervisors. We're in this moment before 2030 where we really have a chance to mobilize our communities, gather data, and try to improve people's lives. At PANA, we have seen firsthand how the inability to count individuals affects our ability to advocate for them in areas such as housing, public safety, and education and health. And so we really thank you for starting this initiative. Our communities want to participate in our democracy and also be served by the programs that our government creates. So thank you so much for this initiative. We strongly urge you to support the measures that Supervisor Anderson has proposed.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. And on your behalf, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Recognizing our Middle Eastern and North African, or MENA, community in the county data collection ensures that accurate representation in addressing their unique needs. This enables better policymaking, resource allocation, and community support, reflecting the diversity and complexity of our county's population. In my district, I represent the largest number of Middle Eastern and North African San Diegans in the county, many of whom have resettled from Iraq, Syria, Sudan, and Afghanistan. While Afghans currently have the option to identify within the Asian category, this initiative would be inclusive if they chose to use MENA as the category to represent them. I'm also proud to say that in my district is home to the second largest Iraqi population in the United States. We have over 38,000 Iraqis located in my district. This initiative not only streamlines the process, but also ensures alignment with federal actions and pending state law. As a county committed to data-driven decision-making, we must seize this opportunity to better serve our diverse communities. You know, one of the challenges when I first got here was that frequently the county would reach out into my district not using languages known to my district. And to have such a large population of refugees, I have the most refugees in my district west of the Mississippi. And so it's really important that these people be counted so that we can meet their unique needs. You know, so often when I was in my previous career, one of the things I was championing for that community was we have medical doctors, we have accountants, we have professional people who have a language barrier. And as a result, they're cleaning floors in hospitals and not waiting on patients. And so whatever we can do to help assimilate and help them, the sooner that we get doctors and lawyers and other professionals working at their highest ability in our community, and we need all those professions. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
On behalf of the chairwoman, is that a motion?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The chairwoman indicated she will second that motion. I'll turn it over to Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to Supervisor Anderson for bringing this item forward. I think that every culture is best understood by its own history and own story, and that story being told from the primary source. So some of the examples that you just gave reiterate the importance of this item. I do have some process questions. So we are in this board letter, we're being asked to support the state legislation that's moving forward, but the White House Office of Management and Budget has already made this a standard so we can start collecting data, this race and ethnicity data now as a county. Is that accurate?
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, yes, there are various federal, state, I think we're all transitioning to this. So depending on the guidelines and the parameters for each program, some of it may be delayed, but we will do our best in the areas that we can move forward to start incorporating. And then of course, continuing to build on that as we partner with the federal and state agencies to achieve this.
Okay, thank you for that. I think this process that you just described will allow this community to find themselves and amplify their own voices to advocate for crucial socioeconomic resources and data that can only be explained through the nuanced experiences for specific cultures in their communities. I recall doing a lot of census work, getting people ready to fill out the census because in many areas in our region, have been under-resourced, and a lot of it comes from the census count. So this will be really good to not only get folks counted, but to be able to identify the specific need of various communities. So I'm fully supportive of this item. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, one of the biggest challenges we've had is that they have fled their many are refugees, and they fled countries where if the government showed up, someone's going to be hanged, someone's going to be stoned. So getting them to voice who they are has been very difficult. But by doing this, we're now using languages that they better understand, and we'll get better results. But I originally wanted to have a town hall with them, and then I learned that no one's going to show up because of fear that I would then punish them in some way because that's what they fled. So it's really interesting working inside these refugee communities. It's so different than what we're accustomed to with the liberty that we share in the United States.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. With a motion by Supervisor Anderson, second by Chairwoman Vargas, please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. We'll now move on to item 27. A resolution to oppose Kaiser Permanente's attempt to reduce mental health therapists' patient management time. We'll call forward the public speakers on this item. We have 19 requests to speak on item 27, 11 in person, and 8 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak on item 27 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. I'll call you in groups of 5, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Michelle Krug, Michael Soto, Flower Alvarez Lopez, Rachel Forgash, and Isaiah Charez. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good morning, Michelle Krug. I hope that you will pass this letter of this resolution of support. The fact that Kaiser is allowing only 2 hours for therapists to document all of the patients they see in a week in Southern California, but allowing 7 hours in Northern California seems discriminatory at best. I mean, are our patients somehow need less documentation, need less health care? Because obviously this affects the quality of the care that a therapist is able to give in terms of being able to know exactly what went on in each session. So I really appreciate that our County Board of Supervisors is taking this up and hopefully will be supporting this. And I appreciate that we're looking out for the quality of healthcare, the quality, this affects the quality of life of all of our residents, and therefore I appreciate it and I hope that you will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, board. My name is Isaiah Chaidez, and thank you to the board for considering a resolution opposing Kaiser Permanente's cuts to patient management time. If you vote for this resolution, you'll be in good company, standing with over 30 local, state, and federal elected officials in opposing a reduction in planning time for therapists. The Orange County Board of Supervisors passed a similar resolution with bipartisan support. The LA County Board of Supervisors passed it unanimously. Senator Blakespear and Assembly Members Ward and Borner have all voiced support. These elected leaders have stood with NUHW Kaiser therapists because it's clear that they deserve to work in a place where they are not squeezed for every ounce of their productivity and then left in a state of burnout. Therapists should not have to work extraordinarily long hours to meet the needs of their patients. They deserve to have the same respect in the form of equal patient management time as their counterparts in Northern California. When our clinicians are supported, they're set up to keep providing consistent care to Kaiser patients all across this county. The National Union of Healthcare Workers and its members, the San Diego and Imperial Counties Labor Council, OPEIU, AFT, SCIU 221, and Unite Here Local 30 urge a yes vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Michael Soto. I am the political director for the National Union of Healthcare Workers. Thank you for considering this item today. First, I want to start off by saying this is not your typical labor management dispute. This is about improving patient care. As some of my colleagues had previously stated, SoCal clinicians in San Diego and across Southern California and patients are being shortchanged by not receiving sufficient patient management time. And this is just not right. This county and other counties are spending tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars to provide county employees, to provide the various constituents across San Diego with quality health care. And many of those employees and many other constituents choose Kaiser as their insurer of choice, and yet they're not getting the care they deserve. They're receiving only half the patient management time they receive in Northern California. This time is essential for therapists to do work, to do research, to do prep work, to make sure that when their patients come in, they're getting the most out of their therapy, and they're having meaningful interactions, and they're improving their mental health. And when patients cancel, as some of you may have heard, and get rescheduled, it isn't like our therapists are sitting there twiddling their thumbs. They're reaching out to their patients, seeing what happened to them, seeing if they're in need of extra support, and then also seeing if they can reach out to other patients and book someone new and fill vacancies in their schedule. Kaiser claims they're only taking away patient management time when the attrition rate is more than 10%, but this is disingenuous because over the course of last year across Southern California, there wasn't a single Kaiser facility that had an attrition rate lower than 15%. This means that functionally everyone's getting their patient management time reduced. And in fact, the average attrition rate for most therapists in most community and private organizations is 18 to 20%. And so this 10% is just wildly unrealistic. Please vote aye. Thank you.
Final call for Flower Alvarez Lopez and Rachel Forgash. We'll now hear from the individuals in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward. Don Gillum, Mark, Brian Tarumba, and allegedly Audra.
Well, Mark, so I'm ambiguous about this. Of course, the idea of cutting down the patient's time right off the bat doesn't sound good. Unfortunately, I do know of an extremely reputable psychiatrist. I won't mention his name. His heyday was around the 80s or 90s. Would have been like a multimillionaire now. And he actually wrote an article or wrote a paper. He was upset because the psychiatric community's therapy was changing. It used to be that people they had psychology, psychotherapy done for maybe 6 months before any thought of issuing any drug would occur. And then if they did issue medication, it was for less than a year. It was never intended to be for life. And it suddenly switched Pharmacopoeia, who, by the way, will add wings to universities and such, the pharmaceutical industry. So they've just got a lot of sway. And that combined with, you need to see this video, because everything is Agenda 21. Our country is being taken over, and as hard as it may be for you to grasp, all these things tie together and are intentional. So that's a YouTube title. That's One Our Money System. Start at 6 minutes and 40 seconds and watch that for 17 minutes with your kids. And all these companies own most stock in the world. Now, getting back to the other topic, so yeah, it changed to, you've got about 10 or 15 minutes to diagnose someone and give them some kind of pharmaceutical med. And doctors really don't get to pick much. In fact, they can be sued if they don't pick something or do what the AMA considers the right thing. So it's all a scam, and...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Person uses the name Audra. This is interesting because it's like you're doing a resolution to oppose this. What's really going to happen if you oppose it? Is it really going to stop, or is it just you taking a stance? You know what I mean? It's not like you really have any control over what goes on. And Mark is right. It's sad because, you know, on one hand, it's like I do want people to get help, but I don't think that the way that we help people is helping them. It's just medicating them. And these doctors get incentives to do that, to provide these medications, because you should go through and have, you know, be talking things out. It's like nobody wants to be able to do that and really get down to the reason why you feel the way that you do. And a lot of times it's trauma or different things, but instead it's